Lucy Peradon, Peredun.
Morning, ma'am.
Ma'am, do you know the lady at in the council table, Betty Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And how did you happen to meet Mrs. Broderick?
I had placed a number of ads in local San Diego newspapers. This was in July of 1988, and she responded to the ad.
Okay. And
Should I describe the ad for you?
no, that's okay. And did you make some arrangements, living arrangements, after talking to her?
Yes, I was looking for an exchange, a situation. I needed a place for myself and my daughter. I was willing to exchange light housekeeping for a place for us. But there were no requirements. Betty did not have any requirements for me to do. It was more of a, she just allowed us to come and live there with her.
Did you know the reason why she allowed that?
No, Oliver, was going to ask that, yes or no?
Yes,
And what was that?
she loved children. She told me she loved children. She recognized that I had a need. And more than anything, I believe she wanted companionship. She didn't want to be alone in her home.
And do you remember when you met her?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was the first week of August in 1988.
Okay. And what was your relationship with Mrs. Broderick after you met her?
It remained a friendship, a companionship.
Did anyone else live there with you?
My daughter. Occasionally, the boys would come. Occasionally, her daughters, well, Kim had gone off in September to university, and Lee, after a point, came to live there in the home also.
Did now, did she do anything to help with the care of your daughter?
Sustained.
The did you did she have any regular habits in the morning that you would see?
Well, I could tell that Betty had always been up before I was up. I like to stay up late. I do my work and reading then, and I would recognize that when I woke up in the morning that the kitchen, for example, was not in the same state as it was when I left it. My bedroom was beside the garage, so I would often hear the truck leave in the morning while I was still in bed. And Betty drove my daughter to school.
Sustained.
Can I continue?
No, we'll let him ask you another question.
Did you observe any legal papers in her house?
Oh, yes, there were volumes of papers.
Okay, and could you give us a general idea of what it was like?
Betty's dining room table, for example, it was a very long table that would probably seat me, I would say, a dozen people. It looked like one of these tables here without the tall binders. There were piles of papers there. Her kitchen counter was as large as one of these tables here, also had piles of papers, envelopes. She had a room that was off the kitchen. It was sort of a little den music room, and this had boxes, at least a dozen boxes on the floor, full of papers that had been filed, like files, everything alphabetical.
Would you be around when she was preparing for court hearings?
Yes.
Okay. And how would she respond generally about going to court?
Generally, it was not a happy response. It was, the times were not, they were not happy emotionally. In that sense, There was a lot of anxiety. She was very depressed. She told me she did not know like what to expect, what would he pull this time, sort of a thing. So this was early on, I would say August, September. By the time I left in December, and I know she was coming up she was going to trial again. Her mood was a bit more.
Sustained.
Did her mood change at all by the time December rolled around of '88?
It seemed a bit more positive, maybe more hopeful.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Mrs. Broderick make preparations for visits with her children, boys?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, and what type of things would she do?
She would stock up the pantry, the fridge. She would buy like hundreds of dollars worth of groceries. She would plan events for them. She would take care of any type of needs that would come up. She would organize, for example, visits to SeaWorld, check movies, events like this. She would attend to all of their needs and try to make it an interesting weekend or visit.
Now, how would you describe her general mood? This is from most of the time you were there.
Her general mood. Well, it was not constant. It fluctuated from periods of anxiety when it was court-related, when something was happening in that sense, but her mood would swing up when the boys, in anticipation of the boys coming or when they were there.
Now, you indicated that sometimes she was depressed. Was there anything that you would observe about what she would do? Did she want to be around people, not be around people when she was in that mood?
Well, Betty spent a lot of time in her room. I know that she read a lot of books and magazines, and she would spend a lot of time alone. Could you ask that again? Could you ask me that again, please?
Well, let me go to another question. Would her mood generally be different when she knew that the boys were going to be there?
Oh, certainly.
Sustained, but the answer can stand.
Was it tend to be better or worse than her general mood?
Sustained.
Would she always know when the boys were going to visit?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, sustained.
Okay. You were living in the house, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so, would you be present when plans were made for when the boys were going to be there enough?
Yes.
Okay. And did she always know when the boys were going to visit?
No.
Were there times when she would find out would there be times when you would be aware that the boys were coming for a visit?
Yes, I would be aware of that.
Okay. Would sometimes those plans change at the last minute?
Sir,
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled. See if she has any personal knowledge of this. Go ahead. Do you know if it changed at the last minute?
certainly they did. Being there, I was able to listen to phone conversations. I took messages. I passed these on to Betty. She would tell me her mood would change. You couldn't deny that there was something going on. Sometimes it would be a last moment notice that the boys were coming. Sometimes it would be a last moment notice that the boys were not coming. There were occasions where after having made plans, that the fridge would remain full and we would even have to throw things out.
And when the boys wouldn't come, how would that affect Betty emotionally?
Well, it would make her very depressed. She would be angry at Dan and depressed.
Did you ever know when you were living there, Mrs. Broderick, to cancel plans that she had at the last minute if she was to learn the boys were coming?
Okay, as far as specific plans, I would have to say I was uncertain of specific plans, but I do know that she would have to be very cautious about making plans in the event that she would not be there if the chance came for her to have the boys.
Was there at any time where you saw her cancel a trip or going somewhere with somebody at the last minute?
Sustained.
You knew Brad Wright, is that correct?
True.
Was there any time she canceled something with Brad Wright at the last minute?
I cannot say the specific place they were going to go to, but I do recall that they could not confirm plans. I recall that they were talking about it in my presence, wanting to go away, but Betty's hesitation stopped them from going in the event that the boys could come for that weekend.
Were you present when the boys would go home?
Oh, sure, yes.
Okay. And what would, when it was time approaching to go home, what would the attitudes of them and their mother be?
Well, it would change. You could feel the air becoming more depressed and quiet. The boys, all of a sudden, would just become so sullen and quiet. Even though they would say, "Mommy, can't we stay? We wish we could stay." As soon as Dan came to the house, they knew that there was nothing. It's as though they realized there was nothing they could do. They just all of a sudden they became like little. I believe last time I used the term little soldiers, and I'll repeat that. They just did what they were supposed to do.
Okay. Would you hear sometimes the answer phone messages left by the boys?
Yes.
And what kind of things would you hear on the message machine to Betty from her children?
Sustained at this point.
Okay. Were there messages that you would hear that that would be left on the answering machine and that the defendant would get, that Elizabeth Broderick would get?
Would I hear the message? I would hear Rhett talking, making the message. Like I would be right there, the phone rang, and I would be listening to him putting the message on the machine.
Okay.
It wouldn't.
And what kind of message? What?
Objection. The defendant was insulted.
Well, why don't you ask her if the defendant got the message, Mr. Early, then go on.
Would this be a message that Elizabeth Broderick got?
Oh, certainly. And she asked me to listen to the messages and relay them to her. This was one of the things that I did for her.
Okay. And what was what could you describe the message?
There was one in particular that was very heart-wrenching. Rhett was just pleading on the phone, "Mommy, Mommy, where are you? Where are you? Please pick up the phone. I'm alone. Can I come over?" And it was very sad to see him. It wasn't just as brief as that. It went on and on. He was very sad. He didn't want to be there alone, and he wanted his mother.
Did you ever hear Betty use profanity?
Sure.
Okay. Was that, how would you describe it? Was that something that she was using 100% of the time, often, not often?
No. Seldom, if ever, and provoked. When she did, it was because she was provoked.
Did she ever use profanity around the boys?
Only, I will say seldom, if ever again, when she was provoked. If the topic of the conversation was the divorce or Dan.
Okay. Other than those, as you say, seldom, was the rest of the time, did she seem to be appropriate around the children?
Oh, certainly, yes.
Did Betty socialize a lot?
Well, I was not part of her social circle, so All that I could tell you would be what I, saw around the home, really. Um,
Did she, for instance, at the time you were there, did she ever throw a party? Have people?
She had one party that I recall, yes.
Okay, and what did she do during that party?
I found her sitting in the dark living room alone while her house was full of dozens of people, very actively, loud, having fun in the kitchen, the dining area, and on the balcony. And I was walking through not that immediate area, but the area next to it. And then I walked into the living room and I saw Betty sitting there in the dark, alone.
Did you move out of her house and back to, you live in Canada now, is that correct?
Right now, yeah.
Did you move back to Canada sometime in 1988?
I moved there about 4 days before Christmas in 1988, yeah.
I have no further questions, John.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Miss. It's Peradon?
Yes,
Peradon. You lived with Elizabeth Broderick from August of 1988 to December of 1988, is that correct?
from the beginning of August to just about the end of December, correct.
So we're talking about a 4-month period of time in late
5, August,
1988.
September, October, November, December, closer to 5 months,
Okay. And you left right before Christmas, correct?
correct?
And you said at that time when you left right before Christmas that Elizabeth Broderick seemed fairly up and more positive than usual.
I didn't say that exactly. I said she appeared more optimistic, but it was in regard, I believe, we were discussing the trial at that time.
And it seemed that she appeared more positive, and this was right before Christmas and right before the trial, correct?
I would say yes.
And you also indicated that the boys, during the period of time that you were there, the boys were with her as often as they were not, correct?
I said that before, first time I came up for the question.
Right, yeah, during the time that you've already indicated that during the time that you lived there, that the kids were probably there as often as they weren't, correct?
Yes, I believe that would be.
So they were there on a fairly regular basis during that period of time.
Well, right off, let me clarify. They went to school all week. She did not have them during the week. I'm referring to weekends. They were there. She probably had them every other week. So referring to weekends only, she had them as often as she didn't have them.
And were you aware that there was an agreed upon, an informal agreed upon arrangement for her to have the children every other week? And that was consistent with what you're testifying that she had.
At the time, I was not aware that there was any agreement. This, I believe, this is one of the reasons that Betty was going to court was to get the child custody finalized.
Right. Which she did after January of 1989. But before that, as you've indicated, she was having them on a fairly regular basis every other week.
But it wasn't anything absolutely regular. It only happened to end up that way.
When you lived with her there, was Maria Montez still living with her?
No, Maria was not living there.
You indicated that you applied to live there in order to exchange light housekeeping duties. Is that correct?
That was what I had mentioned in the advertisement, yes.
Did you exchange light housekeeping duties? Did you do some light housekeeping duties there for her?
I acted on my own initiative. I washed dishes after our meals primarily. I did no more than that. When I found that there was something I could do to be helpful to Betty, then I helped her just out of a sense of wanting to help her. Nothing was absolutely definitive what I had to do.
And you previously indicated that when you lived there at her home in Calle de Cielo, that it was a beautiful home that she had, correct?
I don't recall saying it quite like that, but it was a lovely home.
And you, during the entire time that you were there, the 4 to 5 months that you were there were only 2 instances in which she went to court, correct?
I recall 2 instances that she went to court. There could have been, I'm not certain, but there were 2 that I recall that she went to court.
Do you recall being asked that specific question before? How many times did she go to court during the period of time that you were there?
I recall being asked that, and I recall saying that there were two instances that I recall that she went.
And during that period of time, also, you don't recall her receiving any legal documents during that period of time, correct?
Well, she had documents in her possession. Obviously, she must have received them somehow.
But I'm asking about during the time that you were there, for the 4 or 5 months you were there, you never recalled her receiving any documents during that period of time, correct?
Sure, she had new documents. Is this what you're implying, whether new documents came into her possession during that period that I was there?
Yes, I recognize you said that she had old documents there. But
I didn't say whether they were old or new. No one has asked me this question yet.
okay, were you asked before whether you were ever around when she received papers from the court? And your answer was that you were not aware of that.
I was not aware of how she received the papers. I remember being asked whether papers came in the mail. And that was what I was saying I was unaware of, the process of how she actually got them. But she did have papers. She was getting new papers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you there when she actually received the papers?
I would see Betty sitting there reading through new papers, and she would share with me the latest the latest court thing going on.
For example?
For example, they were going to be going in again for more child custody. She would tell me that, let me try to recall.
Did you see a particular paper that had to do with that you searched on her?
I can't tell you numbers of documents or anything, no, but I recall seeing Betty sitting and reading them, and she would tell me the gist of what they were about.
She told you, didn't she, that when she went to court on those 2 instances that she was frustrated because her attorney backed out each time she showed up at court?
I believe she was frustrated before she went to court because, as far as I understand it, the attorneys backed out before she went to court, as in the day before or the night before she went to court. All of a sudden, she was without representation.
And that's what she was indicating to you was occurring in 1988, that before she went to these 2 court appearances, that her attorneys backed out on her the day before or the morning.
This is my understanding that this is what happened.
Were you
Yes.
aware at the time that she was voluntarily not represented by an attorney at that time?
But am I unaware that she was not represented by an
Yes,
attorney?
that she had fired her last attorney months and months before, and that she was representing herself during that period.
Well,
of
but
time.
if she had fired one, obviously she must have had one.
No, she was representing her, well, it was your understanding that she had an attorney then in
Correct.
December of 1988.
Yes.
You were not aware of the fact that she did not have an attorney, that she was representing herself at that time.
What time in '88 though?
During the time that you were there, during August through December of 1988.
Okay, December '88. I know she was talking to an attorney. As a matter of fact, she was talking to an attorney the afternoon that I was leaving. I didn't even get to give her a hug goodbye or anything. She was on the phone, and I knew it was an important phone call. I assumed she was discussing her upcoming trial with this attorney. Perhaps I also assumed that because she was talking to an attorney, that this attorney might represent her.
Okay, so it was your assumption at that time that she was representing?
For that particular instance, but accounting for her disappointment in that all of a sudden she has no attorney, that would lead me to assume that she had an attorney until they, for whatever reason.
Well, let me ask you then, when she went to court, you said you recall her going to court on 2 instances.
Correct.
And that when she came back, she was upset because she told you that her attorney backed out on her.
No, not when she came back from the court, before she went to the court.
Before she
went to the court.
She said that the attorney had called that morning or the night before and backed out on
This
her?
is what I understand happened. Yes.
You indicated that there were a lot of legal papers in the house.
Correct.
Were you aware of, did you look at any of those papers? Were those papers that came from 1985, 1986,
No,
1987, 1988?
It was not my business to look through there. If there was something Betty asked me maybe to put away for her, I would put it in the appropriate box in the appropriate alphabetical order. But as far as me actually leafing through it, it was not my, I did not do that. It was not my
So you're not,
Please.
you don't know even whether these papers were copies that she made herself of documents or what sorts of documents they were, or whether they went back for a period of years and she just kept them all there, correct?
I do not know. Well, I don't know whether they were copies, and I don't know the dates, correct.
And if she did appear anyway to keep things for long periods of time. She kept every letter, every piece of paper that she'd had from 1985, from 1986, from 1987, from 1988.
Yes, she kept, I think, a pretty thorough record of her legal papers, the way I would assume anyone would.
And she had a complete filing system that she had there. She showed you where she had documents of all of the newspaper articles regarding Dan and Linda, correct?
Well, if you can call boxes a filing system, these were boxes, and she had manila folders, and things would be labeled, and boxes would have names on them.
And did she have a folder that had to do with all the newspaper articles that dealt with Dan and Linda?
I don't recall seeing a particular folder about that, but I do recall seeing clippings. I do recall seeing clippings, newspaper clippings, that did have to do with Dan and Linda, yes.
And you have indicated that you felt that to Elizabeth Broderick, her social status was very important to her.
Yes.
And you've also indicated that during the time that you lived there with her, she was very active. She was involved in numerous activities at the time, correct?
I don't recall saying that she was very active.
Do you recall saying that she needed help when you came to work for her because she belonged to various social groups, charities, clubs?
I don't recall saying that. Do you have this documented that I could look at that so I would see?
If I can look for it, see if I can find it. You recall saying she needed various help around the house and some babysitting, as she belonged to various charities and social groups.
Okay, well, that's not quite what you just.
If you take a look at a report, page 2, dated.
Appears to be undated by investigator Peter Bunn.
Oh, so this is not something I said in court. This was something that I was asked in a telephone conversation?
But, excuse me, by an investigator, yes.
Okay, well, I wanted to clarify that because I don't remember saying this.
Okay, if
Um,
you just take a look at, read that to yourself to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay, true, that is the indication that I got from Betty. That would relate more to our telephone conversations before I even met Betty.
And that was that she was looking for someone to provide her with some more help around the house and some babysitting because she was so involved in various social groups and charities, correct?
I would have to say that's correct.
During the time that you were living there, was she dating Brad Wright, to your knowledge?
I know I could say that they were friends. I would call it companions. As far as dating, getting dressed up, going out in each other's company, I would think once or twice that I can recall them actually going out as a couple, but they spent a lot of time in each other's company around the home.
And you indicated that you were aware of at least some trips that they were planning to take together, is that correct?
There were times at weekends where they had discussed possibly going away, but as far as absolute like destinations of places, events, I'm not familiar with that. I couldn't.
At this party that she had, was Brad Wright there?
I don't remember seeing Brad.
How many people were at the party?
I would say that there were at least 24. I would say dozens of people, just by looking at the heads, and maybe just if I could roughly count the heads in here. I mean, the kitchen was full. There were people on the balcony.
Is this a party that you were invited to?
Betty told me that I could come. I was dressed up. I was looking forward to meeting some people. But when I approached the kitchen to enter, I didn't recognize anyone. I didn't recognize Betty, and I didn't want to enter alone. So I walked around the house to see if I could see Betty, and this is when I came upon her in the living room, sitting there alone.
And did you have a conversation with her at the time?
Yes.
What did she say?
I asked her what she was doing there. How come she wasn't with her friends? And she said she basically didn't feel like it.
You indicated that you never, or seldom if ever, she used profanity in front of you when she talked about Dan or Linda?
No, I said seldom in front of the children.
Okay, so she used it often with you?
No. No more than normal. I mean, how can you, I would say seldom if ever, again, would be a safe way for me.
Seldom if ever used profanity around you when she talked about Dan and Linda?
Yes,
It was clear to you that she hated Dan and Linda.
certainly.
And so that was clear to you from the language that she used and the tone of language that she used and the things that she said.
From the language she used, the tone, the things she said, okay, that's acceptable.
And it was clear to you that her hate for Dan and Linda was shared with the children when they were over there.
You have to, can you say that?
She talked about her hate for Dan and Linda in front of the boys as well, didn't she?
Everyone talked about their hate for Dan and Linda. I mean, the boys spoke of it, Betty spoke of it. It wasn't something that they constantly spoke about.
She even talked about wanting to kill him or wanting him to be dead in front of the boys, didn't she?
Everyone in that family mentioned that at some point.
Miss Peradon, could you answer that question? Did Elizabeth Broderick talk about wanting him to be dead during that period of time in front of the boys?
Yes, she said it, but I would like to clarify that. And then she would follow with, could you please pass the chicken? Or it was something said so casually. It was
Do you
not,
recall indicating that you felt that even you felt uncomfortable about that? That even you got involved in conversations like that and afterwards you felt bad about talking about wanting their father to die?
no, I didn't feel uncomfortable about that. Or
Were you, you were not aware of the situation that led up to how the boys got into Dan Broderick's custody in the first place, correct? She didn't describe that for you.
well, whether I heard part of it through Betty's conversations with me, whether I have now part of it, whether part of it has entered my awareness through the newspapers or whatever, that part is now a little bit confused. I cannot say specifically how I came about that information, but it would be safe to assume that Betty first told me about that.
You were aware that at the time of the separation, that the children were originally with Dan Broderick.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Excuse me, that the children were originally with Elizabeth Broderick.
Okay, that, yes.
And there came a point when she took the children over to Dan Broderick's house.
I have an objection as irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well,
It's beyond the scope. Go ahead.
were you ever around, you were there in 1988, were you ever aware of any statements that she had made to the boys in 1985 or 1986 or 1987 about being embarrassed or being angry at them when they would say something nice about their father?
Your Honor, objection beyond the scope.
Yeah, that's.
It's not beyond overruled chance. Is she ever making statements to that
Were you
effect?
aware of any statements that she made to that effect?
Your Honor, it calls for hearsay, and it's irrelevant as to whether she was aware of it or not.
May I
No,
push sideline
no,
for a moment?
it's proper. Go ahead.
Could you ask me again? Could you
Were you
repeat that?
aware of any statements that she had made in 1985, 1986, 1987 about being too embarrassed to talk to them because they lived with their father, about wanting them to do violent things to Dan or Linda, about calling them wimps if they wouldn't run away from their dad, about getting angry at them if they said that they left their dad or they had
Your Honor,
anything fun?
Sustained. You phrased the question wrong this time, Ms. Wells.
I would answer no.
Your Honor, and I would like the admonishment that the district attorney asked for.
If
Well,
I could approach sidebar, I'd
But
like
just a minute,
to.
let's take the morning recess. It's time for the morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 5 minutes after the 11. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor anyone else discuss it with you, or form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 5 after 11. details.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very briefly. You indicated, Mrs. Peradon, that there was a period of time when Lee was actually living there in the house with Mrs. Broderick. Okay, and for how long a period of time is that?
I would say for at least 2 months, the last 2 months while I was there.
So she was still living there when you left in December of 1988?
Yes,
And it was obvious to you that the boys loved their mother.
sure,
And obviously they wanted to have her love and attention in return.
certainly.
And obviously they wouldn't want to do anything that would put, where she would withdraw that love from them. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
And it's also true that you never saw the boys interact with their father outside the presence of the defendants. You were never,
True.
I mean,
You're direct? No. Stay excused?
No.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Free to leave. Times like this, I wish somebody else was the judge because while we were in recess, the next witness is, we're going to have to make some legal rulings before we get to the next witness. We're going to have to take matters up out of your presence. So after that recess, I'm going to excuse you early for lunch. I'm not sure how long this matter is going to take, so I will give you a little longer for lunch. We won't resume until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. I tell you that so that if you want to return to your place of business or residence, you'd have time to do that. Had I known before we took the recess that their further questions are going to be so brief, I wouldn't have bothered taking the recess, but I'm not a mind reader. So I apologize to you for the inconvenience, but it is necessary that we take up a matter outside your presence. We'll be in recess for the lunch hour until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Matter of the people of the state of California versus Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Mrs. Broderick is present. I apologize profusely, ladies and gentlemen, for keeping you down there. This is taking longer than I expected. It is probably going to take a little while longer to where it wouldn't be beneficial to keep you here the rest of the afternoon because I don't think there'd be enough time for you to hear enough testimony to make it worthwhile having you stick around. For that reason, we'll recess as far as you're concerned for the remainder of the day. And I'd ask you to remember the admonition, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And I apologize very sincerely for inconveniencing you today the way you've been inconvenienced. And I'm sorry. We'll recess.
Please state your full name for the record as well, your last name.
Anthony C. Joseph, Joseph.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a judge of the Superior Court.
In 1987, were you hearing the matter of Broderick versus Broderick, a divorce or dissolution matter?
Yes, I was.
And when you were first assigned the case, were you able to review the whole court file?
I believe so. It's been a while, and I'm not sure the entire court file was there, but if not, I think virtually all of the file was there at the first review.
Do you remember testifying at the last trial that that you were not able to review it and that you would search for the file?
Yes, I do. If you want a narrative, I'll explain to you. If not, I'll be glad to answer your questions one at a time.
Was there something that's happened that's refreshed your memory?
Partially reading the transcript of the last hearing and also a deeper review of some transcripts than I was able to do before my testimony at the last trial.
Okay, so you were able to see that at the first hearing that you had the whole court file, is that correct? Or pretty much all?
Mr. Early, I think I had most of the court file prior to the first hearing that was held.
Okay.
I can't tell you whether I had all of it or not. I don't know.
At some point in time, now after you received the case, did the court file remain in your, at least in your department?
It should have, but I don't know whether it did or not.
Okay. So it would have been in your department, at least at that point, not open to the public, is that correct?
That's correct.
At some point in time, did the file become lost?
Some portion of the file definitely became lost.
Okay, you're aware that the file ended up being 8 volumes?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence. And assumes facts not evidence.
Well, sustained, just rephrase it.
Okay, were you aware that eventually the size of the court file?
No. I mean, eventually, you're talking about at the time of trial?
Yes.
No.
The, at some point in time, did you become aware that the file was missing?
I became aware that major portions of the file were missing.
And at some point in time, did you have the file get some information or have the file reconstructed in any manner?
I don't believe so.
Did you become aware at some point in time, I take it that throughout these proceedings, the contempt part of the file, you always had, the allegations of contempt and the restraining orders.
Yes.
So those parts of the file, to your memory, were always, you've always had?
Upon the filing of a motion re contempt, it was the practice of Mr. Broderick's attorney to attach to each motion the prior orders and the prior injunctions in part, so that as the filing came in, you had the background in regard to the contempt, and the file that was ongoing, the piece that we had, contained much of that material, not all.
Okay, so when the file became lost, it became through the course of the litigation reconstructed because they were filing back pleadings and back orders.
It became partially reconstructed.
Did you at some point in time make a search for the file that was missing?
Yes.
Were you able to ever locate that file?
No.
yourself? And did you send memos to the presiding judge about that? You can recall?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Judge Joseph. When you were originally assigned to the case of Broderick versus Broderick, were you assigned to it for all purposes?
Yes.
And then is it correct to say that one of the first duties that you had was in relation to a contempt hearing?
I believe so.
And then you presided over a series of 4 contempt hearings, is that correct?
At least 4.
And your recollection is that when you were first assigned to the case, that at least your feeling was that you had the entire file, or what appeared to be the entire file.
I had what appeared to be the entire file. I spent a considerable amount of time going through the file, I believe before the first hearing. And at that time, I thought I had the full file.
Now, when someone files a contempt action, obviously they have to file pleadings that go along with that, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where they file documents where they're making the allegations of what they are alleging the contempt to be, and where they also file the supporting documents that refer to, for example, the restraining order, the existence of the restraining order, and the fact that it had been served on the defendant, et cetera. Is that?
In general, that's correct. The document that leads to a contempt hearing is a form that's used throughout the state of California. There's substantial blanks to be filled in, but you begin with that form, and then the attachments are up to the attorney to file if they choose.
Okay. And then once those documents are filed with the court, then a date for the contempt hearing is set, and you have an actual hearing. Is that
Yes,
correct?
That's correct.
And when you make a decision on whether or not someone is found in contempt, you make that decision based on the evidence that you hear. You have an evidentiary hearing. Is
That's
that correct?
correct.
And that means that witnesses testify.
Sometimes.
And in this particular case, in each of the contempt hearings, is it not true?
Your Honor,
Elizabeth-
objection, this is beyond the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, when you were originally assigned the case, you were located physically in this courtroom, is that correct?
In this courthouse,
Not
yes.
your ultimate last contempt hearing, the case got transferred up to Vista, is that correct?
That's correct.
And also, was there some hearings in between there? Were you at the Claremont Courthouse?
No, yes, the juvenile courthouse, which is, I guess, on Claremont or close to it.
Okay, so there were some hearings downtown, then there was some hearings in that courthouse, then there was some hearings up in the Vista Courthouse.
I think there was one hearing at the juvenile court, that's my memory.
Okay, and so obviously when you are going to other courthouses, those documents or the files have to be transferred along with you, is that correct?
Well, that's what we hope and expect, but I'm not sure that's what happened.
Is it not true that it is common, or not necessarily uncommon, for files to get misplaced, files to get lost, or portions of files to get lost?
It does happen.
And in fact, it often happens that documents that should go into one file end up being in another file.
That also happens on occasion.
Okay. Do you know who is actually even responsible for transferring a file? If you get transferred up to Vista, who makes sure that the file gets up to Vista, or how they do it?
I don't think I could give you the names of the individuals who are responsible. My court clerk in whichever department I'm sitting in takes the responsibility to bring whatever files are necessary from other courthouses and get them to my courtroom for the hearings that are coming up. And
In between a hearing, for example, if you have a hearing in 1987 on a contempt, and then there's not another hearing that's filed until 1988, that court file doesn't stay in your courtroom, does it? It goes back to the court records.
that's usually correct.
Okay, so there's also a transfer of documents from the courtroom to court records, and then if there's going to be another hearing, someone from court records has to get the documents back to the courtroom, wherever it may be.
That's right.
And if there is a file, as counsel indicated, there were more than one volume of this particular file, is that
Yes.
correct? And there's no set rule on when you start a new file, like if it gets to be 50 pages, then you start to file number 2.
There's no set rule that I'm aware of. There may well be one within our administrative structure, but I don't know how it works.
Okay.
When the files begin to overflow, they start volume 2.
Okay. And do you know if there's any procedure, any set procedure of how they necessarily keep all those volumes together?
I'm not familiar with that.
Were you familiar at all with when portions of the file were discovered at one point, whether or not there was any difference between that file and the file that you originally had when you started on it?
I don't think I can answer that question because in thinking back, I don't recall that I ever had a reconstructed file when the file went to another judge.
Okay. Obviously, there came a point then after you had dealt with some of the contempt hearings where the case got transferred to another judge.
Yes,
Okay. And that was transferred again to even another courtroom, the family law court building, is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
When you were assigned to the case originally, is it not true that was because a prior judge, Judge Murphy, had been challenged?
He either had been challenged or he chose to remove himself from the file. And again, I'm not clear. I don't recall what happened.
Okay. When you had the contempt hearings, well, let me just ask you this question. Were you ever a close personal friend of Dan Broderick's?
Never.
When the contempt hearings began, did you ever tell Elizabeth Broderick that you were a close personal friend of Dan Broderick's and she had no choice but to appear before you?
I did not.
Can you tell me, Judge Joseph, how long you've been a judge?
I was appointed in October 1979. I think 11 years.
I was trying to figure that out myself. Okay.
I believe I'm in my 12th year now, but
And have you been a family law judge that entire time?
no, I have not.
Can you tell us what portion of that time you were a family law judge?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. It's irrelevant.
Oh, sustained.
How long had you been a family law judge when you became involved in the case of Broderick versus Broderick?
No, object is irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that.
1987. I think I had been a family law judge in part or total assignment all but 2 years prior to that time.
Your Honor, may I approach the sidebar just to ask a clarification before I go any further?
Sure.
Just one more question at this point. Judge, if you can answer the question, do you recall writing a letter with respect to something about thinking that maybe the file got lost in Judge Murphy's time warp?
I think so.
Do you know what that meant or what you were referring to?
Judge Murphy, I believe, on more than one occasion had attempted to settle either all or part of this case. And I think my assumption was that part of the file may have stayed in his chambers. I didn't know.
Okay.
And in general, Tom Murphy works in a somewhat different way than some of the rest of our judges. He's an excellent judge. I don't want to denigrate him in any respect, but it was possible that part of it could have been misplaced, and I was suggesting that as one place that they might search.
Okay. I have no further questions at this point.
For your record.
Judge Joseph, you knew of Dan Broderick before he came into your courtroom, didn't you?
Yes, I did,
Okay, and you knew what his position in the bar was, didn't you?
of course.
I thought that there was an objection to going into this.
You went as proper direct, you went into this on cross.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
The at the time that he walked into the room, was there a statement made about, "Good morning, Mr. Broderick, what do we owe the honor of your presence here"?
Well, I don't think it ever would have been good morning, because I don't recall that he was ever in my courtroom in the morning. He may have been. I've read about this statement in the press for a long period of time now, and I have searched my memory to try to be definitive. I do not remember making any such statement, but it's been repeated so many times that maybe I should say at this point, I'm not positive. I don't think I made that statement.
That's not an unusual statement for you to make when someone walks into the courtroom who you know, is it?
The statement that has been reported in the press, I think, is an unusual statement for me to make. And that's one of the reasons I'm telling you, I don't think I made that statement.
So it'd be unusual for you to greet somebody such as Mr. Broderick when he walked into the courtroom in a respectful manner?
Mr. Early, generally, I'm not in the courtroom when people come in. I'm in chambers and we begin the proceeding. If I see lawyers who I'm acquainted with in the courtroom or elsewhere, I'll greet them.
A lot of times in this courthouse, when cases are transferred from one place to another, the file is given to an attorney to go into the courtroom. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So there's times that you're on the bench where an attorney will walk in with the file. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember whether that happened in this case or not?
I have no memory of that.
And the first time you heard that statement, that was in the newspaper? Or did you hear that from Elizabeth Broderick?
No, I believe it was on the media and I think in the newspaper.
That was after the homicide, the death of Mr. Broderick?
Yes, it was.
You have no memory of hearing that beforehand, Elizabeth Broderick bringing that up to you? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't at this time, Mr. Early.
Now, when the case went to you for a contempt hearing in 1987 in February, is that correct?
I'm not certain if it was
I'm
February.
sorry, the first hearing would have been in April 2nd. If I may just approach, Your Honor, and just show them the transcript.
You gotta, I believe that this is beyond the scope.
This is just to the file, Your Honor.
You're asking about the file?
About the file, that's all.
All right.
I believe the first hearing was April 2nd, 1987. That's my belief.
Now, when you read the court file on April 2nd, did you notice anything unusual about the file? Do you recall anything?
I don't recall that, and I probably read the court file in advance of April 2nd. I don't know what day of the week that was, but I often would read a court file, particularly one that I knew was complex, the night before or a few days before.
That's fine. Sir, just to help you refresh your recollection, I'm referring to a transcript of April 2nd, 1987, Your Honor, page 7. If you could just read the bottom, which would
Do
be
you want me to read it out?
to yourself.
Yes.
That refreshes your recollection as to whether you had spent considerable time reading the court file.
Mr. Early, that's part of the material that I referred to at the very beginning of my testimony that did refresh my recollection about the fact that I believe I had either the whole file or most of the file at that point in time.
Okay, and you don't remember anything unusual about it?
No, I don't, not at that point.
Now, Judge, from that time through 1988, and we're talking about May 4th, 1988, assuming that this is the last contempt hearing that you heard.
All right.
Okay. That file would have stayed with you, is that correct? And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was referring to People's 85B.
All right.
Okay.
That file was a file that was assigned to me for all purposes. I went to the juvenile court for a brief period of time. My belief is that at those hearings, I had the file. When the first hearing in Vista was held, my memory is that I did not have the full file. Somewhere between juvenile court, back downtown, and out to Vista, I don't know what happened to the file.
Okay. And you had mentioned that this file, at least at the beginning, was a file that was kept in your chambers because it was a sealed file?
No, I don't think so.
This was kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, there are cabinets in our clerk's office for sealed files. And part of this is just assumption, but I believe that the file would have gone back to the clerk's office and been retained in a sealed file cabinet.
Okay. And the last thing you mentioned that there's forms that contempts are filed on, and it's not always that attorneys file back orders, and those would normally be kept back orders in the file itself, would they not?
Yes,
They'd already
they
be
would.
there.
Sure.
Okay.
And when I say that the attorney filed back orders, those were Xerox copies. The originals would have been in the file wherever it was located.
Okay, so an attorney, when he files an order, normally gets one stamp for himself that he keeps in his files.
Yes.
Okay. So even if an attorney doesn't file these back orders, they're normally, in the normal course of business, they're in a court file anyways.
Oh, yes.
So normally there's not a need for the back orders because they're in the court file.
It depends on what they put in their pleadings. If they haven't included in their pleadings the language from the back orders or a copy of them, then the judge would go back in the file, look up the back orders to make sure that there was a clear understanding of what had been ordered.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
Filing the back orders in the pleadings is a matter of helping, for convenience purposes, of letting the judge know what some of the history is in the case. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. And I take it, you indicated that you did know that Dan Broderick was an attorney.
Oh, of course.
Okay. And I take it that it's not unusual for you to greet all attorneys in a respectful manner.
I hope so. I want to.
And isn't it also true that, again, when you make your decision on a contempt, it doesn't have to do with the history or what went on or may not have gone on in the file. It has to do with the evidence that's presented to you dealing with those specific allegations in court.
That's partially correct, but it's not entirely correct.
Okay. Obviously, if you've been dealing with the case for some period of time, you know some history of the case. Is that
That's
what
right.
you're saying? Okay. And do you recall at all when you looked at the file, do you recall seeing any handwriting by somebody, personal handwriting over the documents?
When I saw the file in Vista, there was handwriting on a number of documents in the file.
Okay. And did you know at the time whose handwriting it was, or?
No, and I don't know now whose handwriting it was.
But this was handwriting written over the typed documents, for example.
I think it was written over and in the margins both.
Do you recall during any of the hearings, and again, you may not recall because you haven't had the opportunity to read everything, but do you recall that there was at any point where Elizabeth Broderick objected to you handling the case?
I don't recall. The reason I'm taking so long is I'm trying to think back. She was represented by counsel at some of the hearings, and she represented herself at other hearings. And there was some dialogue, at least at one of the hearings, about representing herself in what is a quasi-criminal proceeding. And I tried to explain her rights to her, and I believe she understood. And it may have been at that time that some issue was raised, but I don't have a clear memory. I really do not remember.
Okay. Obviously, if there had been, when she was represented by counsel, if there had been a challenge filed against you, you would have been aware of that.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing further.
Think further, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, when you say Mr. Broderick, you knew he was an attorney, you knew he was president of the bar, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
And you knew that also that he was on the committee that rates judges for elevations to other courts?
No,
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. And I'm not sure that that's so.
Did you know that the president of the bar is also normally on the judges committee as to how procedures will be handled in court?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the fast track committee?
Yes, for
He
one.
was the chair of the fast track committee. Of course, I knew that. I was a member of that committee,
And you had worked with him?
along with many other people, yes.
Yes, and you had also, he was a member of Inns of Court, correct?
I believe he was.
And that's working with the judges, is that correct?
It's working with some judges, yes.
And just your memory is that you saw the writing in Vista, you don't remember that when you first got the file?
My memory is I saw it when I had the file in Vista, and I don't remember it when I first saw the file. I believe that it was placed in the file somewhere between the juvenile court and Vista.
That's no further question.
Ms. Wells?
Well, I need a moment, Your Honor, based on those last questions.
All right.
Judge Joseph, did you make any rulings with respect to the contempts in this case based on your knowledge and/or relationship with Dan Broderick? Is that what affected your decision on whether or not to hold Elizabeth Broderick in
Your Honor,
contempt?
objections beyond the scope.
No, overruled, can ask that.
Absolutely not.
Did you not, in fact, tell Elizabeth Broderick during the course of one of the proceedings?
Your Honor, I object, this is beyond the scope.
This is proper. You went into his acquaintanceship, familiarity of Mr. Broderick, so
In
it's.
1987, when he first came in the courtroom.
Well, then this is proper recross as to whether or not his familiarity affected his rulings. Well, out, go ahead.
Did I ask that question, Your Honor?
The inference can be made, Mr. Early. I'm going to allow the question. Go ahead.
Isn't it true that you in fact specifically told Mrs. Broderick that you did not consider Mr. Broderick to be a friend on a social basis, that you did not have a special relationship with him, that you had seen him as well as other attorneys in San Diego County, and that one of the reasons that the case had come to you to begin with was that there had been challenges of other judges and that you felt that you could handle this case in an appropriate way?
Your Honor, objection, count pound.
Sustained.
Did you not tell Mrs. Broderick that you don't think Mr. Broderick considers this court to be a friend of his on a social basis, and I don't consider Mr. Broderick to be a friend of mine on a social basis?
Yes.
And did you not tell her, I know of no special relationship between us. I have seen him as I have hundreds of other attorneys in San Diego.
I told her that.
Did you not tell her that one of the reasons that this case came to this court to begin with is I believe,
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the leading nature of the
This is
question.
She's on cross, she's gonna leave.
Well, Your Honor, there are case law that it appears that she's calling him as her own witness at this time.
No, it's just she's rebutting the inferences you brought up on your last series of questions. Go ahead.
one of the reasons that this case came to this court to begin with is I believe there had been challenges of other judges, and I felt that I could handle this case in a fair and appropriate way. Did you not tell her that?
Ms. Wells, I assume that you're reading from a transcript, and based
Yes.
thereon, I'm answering the questions yes.
Okay.
What I can tell you is, I don't know right now that those are my exact words. I certainly said something that was very close to that, if I didn't say those exact words.
Okay, and I think that's fair. If I could show you a transcript dated May 4th, 1988, the bottom of page 60 through the top of page 61, if you could just read that to yourself to see if that refreshes your recollection about what you told Mrs. Broderick.
Yes, I believe that's accurate.
And did you believe, Judge Joseph, that you could handle those hearings in a fair way, fair and
Absolutely.
appropriate way?
Yes,
Did you feel that you were influenced in any way, shape, or form by Dan Broderick in making your decision?
I'll object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, why did you hold Elizabeth Broderick in contempt?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you had other divorce cases before you that involved attorneys, Judge Joseph?
yes,
It's not uncommon for attorneys and even attorneys who are considered prominent attorneys in this community to go through divorces. Is that fair to say?
that's fair to say. A number of judges have been through divorces in this county.
And prominent businessmen have been through divorces in this county.
Yes,
I guess I have no further questions at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Earl.
Sir, at the hearings that you just alluded to, where you made the statements to Mr. Broderick, you did make some statements that you were,
I believe counsel misspoke. Statements were to Mrs. Broderick.
I'm sorry, the statements that you made to Mr. Broderick, you did indicate, when you made those statements, that you were going to do something as a request of Mr. Broderick, did you not? Different than you intended to?
yes. Are you speaking of one specific hearing?
Well, that hearing in May.
I believe that's the hearing, yes, I think I did.
And did you, at the time that you made the statement to Mrs. Broderick at that hearing, you'd received some communication from her, hadn't you?
I had before that hearing, yes.
Okay, and in some communications, she had talked about reporting you, making a report about what she thought was a gang rape and unethical conduct, hadn't she?
I don't think so. I have a copy of the letter that I'm thinking of with material from the Broderick case, I'd have to reread it. I think I would remember the phrase gang rape, and
She never made any complaints about, you don't remember her ever making complaints about you sitting on the case before that hearing?
oh, I think she had expressed disagreement with my being on the case, yes. But I don't recall, Mr. Early, I have the letter that I'm thinking of. I don't know if it's the same letter you're thinking of. I could read it again. I'm sure that if she had indicated that she felt that she had been the victim of a gang rape, that I'd remember it, and I don't remember that.
Do you only remember receiving one letter from her? Is that
Yes, there was one letter that I remember very specifically receiving from her.
Okay, but are you saying that's the only letter, or there were a number, or?
Right now, I don't recall other letters. Maybe there was more than one, but there's one letter that I do recall.
I have no further questions.
Any further, Ms. Wells?
Not at this point, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The witnesses were subject to recall.
All right, so it's recall. Thank you.
Call Judge Calvin.
Here's your answer.
You do swear the testimony about to give in the matter not before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your Honor, would you please give your witness stand?
Morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
William Joseph Howard, Jr., Howatt.
Thank you.
Sir, what is your occupation?
Judge of the Superior Court, County of San Diego.
In 1988, were you assigned a trial of in re marriage of Daniel T. Broderick and Elizabeth Broderick?
No, it was in 1987.
1987, you were assigned?
In October of 1987, actually September of 87, I was appointed to the Superior Court from the Municipal Court in El Cajon. When I came to the court, I was given the file, the Broderick file, because Judge Joseph had just been transferred to Vista. So I was assigned the case in 1987.
And were you assigned it for all purposes?
That was my understanding, yes, and I dealt with it as such.
And at some point in time, were you aware that court file or portions of the file were missing?
Yes, from the very outset.
Okay. Was the file reconstructed at any point?
Portions of the file were given to me at various parts during the time that I handled the case.
Did the the file that was missing, or the portions, were you able to ever locate that yourself?
Personally, no, but I was told, I don't remember whether it was a,
I'd object to any percent.
All right, sustained.
Did you become aware sometime after November 5th, 1989, that the file had been found?
after November 5th, 1989?
After-
Yes, but not during the course of the trial.
Was parts of the file reconstructed?
Portions of what were purported to be the file were given to me at various points during the trial. For example, do you want me to explain?
Yes.
For example, when we were dealing with the issue of closing the courtroom to the press, letters were given to me that had been letters written by psychologists who had interviewed the children, which were part of the reason that I closed the hearing.
Those were part of the prior court file?
I assumed that they were part of the court file from the tenor of the letters, but they were given to me to read and consider. And I believe that they were given to me by Mr. Barry in the court proceedings so that I might consider them, along with my interview of the children.
The, at some point in time,
Did you receive other pleadings from Mr. Berry to assist in hearing the trial?
I can't recall any right now.
do you remember receiving a letter from Mr. Berry informing you that he was giving you some pleadings for the purpose of the divorce and that he would, if he located the lost file, would return it to you?
I remember you showing me such a letter, but I don't remember receiving such a letter.
So the first time that you remember seeing a letter from Mr. Berry as to finding the file was,
Yeah, I'm going to object to that.
The same.
you remember seeing the letter, is that correct?
You showed me a copy of the letter, yes.
And you did not, that's a letter that you never received?
I don't know whether I received it or not. I don't have a recollection of receiving it. Usually my practice is when I receive letters relating to a file is to mark them in the corner with two letters, RR, which stand for received and read, and my initials.
And at some point in time, was other pieces of the file reconstructed for you at all?
I'm not sure. I would say probably, because during the course of the trial, various things were presented to me. And I seem to have a recollection that Mr. Berry presented certain parts of the pleadings that related to the trial to me during the course of the trial.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly. Cross-examine.
Good morning, Judge Howard. You indicated that there were some letters that you recall receiving that dealt with the issue of whether or not the hearing should be open or closed. I'm just going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 103, 101, which is a series of 3 letters. If you could take a look at those, let us know if those are the letters that you're referring to.
They are from the people that I remember receiving letters from. Without reading them entirely, I couldn't tell you for sure. And it's been a couple of years anyway. But these are the people that I received or looked at letters from, which were Dr. Sparta, Dr. Roth, and this other person who I was not familiar with and still am not familiar with, Audrey Taryn Phillips.
And but do those letters deal with the subject area of whether or not having an open trial and having the information that was going to be going on in that trial would be harmful to the children?
Your Honor,
in a matter of public hearing?
Your Honor, I object to this area.
Well, the best evidence letters speak for themselves.
It is your best recollection that those are the letters that you received, is that correct?
I received letters directed to the reader, the newspaper, the reader, from these people and considered them in making my determination to close the hearing.
Are you saying that you can't identify those? If you could take the time simply to.
Sure. They appear to be the letters that I considered, yes.
Okay. And there was an issue that was brought up during the course of the trial that you handled with respect to whether or not the hearing should be open or not. Is that correct?
No objection, beyond the scope of direct.
Not sustained.
You handled the actual trial litigation, which occurred during December of 1988 through January of 1989. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, was that a hearing in which evidence was presented to you? You made your decision based on evidence and testimony of witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's a trial, the same thing that we're doing here, except for we don't have a jury. We have a judge who makes the decisions.
That's true.
So you're making a
Your
decision.
Honor, objection is beyond the scope of direct.
Well, overruled. I think what she's getting to is whether or not the lost file had any effect on its decision. So go ahead.
Were you making your decisions therefore based on the evidence that was presented to you during the course of the trial as opposed to what might or might not have been in the file?
Yes.
And when you handled this trial in December of 1988, were you a close personal friend of Dan Broderick?
Your Honor, objection is beyond the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Okay, I have no further questions at this point.
Redirect.
Did you consider the pleadings, don't you, in your trial?
Normally not in a domestic case because the issues are pretty straightforward. You know that there's going to be a division of the property. You know that there's going to be usually a question of the custody of the children. And so for the most part, I wasn't concerned with the pleadings because the nature of the property and extent of it would be presented during the course of the testimony and was in fact done so.
So there's no need to supply any pleadings whatsoever.
It's a help to the court, sure.
Okay, and I take it that when you read, whatever pleadings you read are not erased from your memory. They're still there.
Well, I don't know. It's been a long time since then, and I've been handling other cases.
No, but what I'm saying is that obviously if you read something,
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Oh, that's proper area. Go ahead.
when you read something, that's something that's in your memory at the time that you're doing it.
If you mean, would I consider the pleadings in relationship to the course of the proceedings that I was hearing? Yes, certainly.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
Recrossed.
Did you receive any letters from the defendant in the course of this trial? Do you recall?
I don't recall receiving any from Mrs. Broderick,
Do you
no.
recall receiving any letters from her after?
No, I don't. She did present during the course of the trial a rather lengthy statement that, if I recall correctly, we made part of the proceedings, part of the record of the proceedings, because she felt awkward testifying.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Early?
No, Your
Witness be excused.
Yes.
Subject to your comment.
Thank you very much.
Officer Sweeney.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give and the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Officer, could you please have a seat and witness stand?
Morning, sir. How are you?
Thanks.
And officer, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
William Scanlon Sweeney, Sweeney.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, what is your name?
Police officer with Sandy Anderson,
And how long have you been self-employed?
about 9.5 years.
In February of 1986, were you, I take it you were still employed as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a occasion to respond to a home on Cypress that belonged to a Mr. Daniel Broderick?
Yes,
Okay, and was that in relationship to an incident of where somebody had hit his front door with their vehicle?
yes, sir.
Do you recognize the person here at the end of the council table?
Yes, sir.
And did you see her there that day?
Yes, sir.
When you, did you have an opportunity to talk to some people who were present at the time that Betty Broderick was there?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to talk to a daughter of hers, Lee Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and at the time that you talked to her, did she make any statements in regards to a knife?
Yes.
Overruled, you can answer that. Yeah, well, the answer stands.
Okay, and what did she say about the knife?
She said that her mother had made the statement that she wanted to go out to the car and, I believe, kill herself with a knife.
Did you find a knife in the car?
Yes.
Did you did you talk to Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay, and how would you describe her at that time?
She was somewhat angry and seemed depressed.
Now, you wrote a report in this, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You wrote a report in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there, did she appear to be upset or angry to you?
Objection has to be.
Oh, sustained.
Is angry the only description that you feel is an accurate one?
Objection has to be.
Well, no, if you're gonna answer that, go ahead. You said angry and depressed. Go ahead. Any other emotions you noted, officer? Do you recall?
Not that I recall.
Did you write a description in your police report in regards to how she appeared to you to be at the time?
Yes.
I'd like to show them the report. Page 4. Do you have that? Thank you. If you could read page 4,
Just read it to yourself,
the
officer.
second paragraph.
Got it.
Have you read that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to how you remember her?
Yes, sir.
And how was that?
Very upset and depressed.
Now, at the time that you, were you aware of another home on Coral Reef?
Later on, Mr. Broderick mentioned that.
Now, did Mr. Broderick tell you whether he had been to Coral Reef?
Yes, he did.
And had he?
He told me he had, yeah, after I got back from,
Did you go to Coral Reef at all?
no, I didn't.
Did you ever receive a gas can?
No.
Were you ever told about a gas receipt?
Yes.
Did you ever receive a gas receipt?
No.
Did you take Elizabeth Broderick somewhere?
Yes.
And did you return to the residence?
Yes.
And when you turned to the residence, who was present?
Best of my recollection, Daniel Broderick. I think some of the family members are there, and I believe his then fiance was there.
Did you know that that person was the fiance?
Same.
I have no further questions.
Cross down.
When you first arrived at the residence, officer, where was Elizabeth Broderick at the time? Do you recall?
She was standing off to the side of the car that was in front of the front door of the house.
And was it obvious to you at the time that you got there that there had been some significant vandalism to the house?
Yes,
In fact, you ended up arresting her for felony vandalism, is that correct?
well, I took her to CMH. I did a notify warrant later for the vandalism.
Okay. And there was information you received from Lee, her daughter, about her mother having a knife. Is that correct? That's where that information came from?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you find the knife?
It was on the, can I refer to my report?
Sure.
I found the knife in the driver's floorboard of the car.
Do you know how long she had been standing there near the car before you arrived?
No, I don't.
Obviously, she had made no attempt, as far as you were aware, to do anything to herself with that knife before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And you indicated that she appeared angry to you. Isn't it true that when you took her down to CMH during the entire drive, she was very angry during that drive?
she is upset, yes.
And she was complaining, have you described her complaining like a whining kid?
That would be an accurate description.
And while she was complaining to you during the car ride down to CMH, she wasn't crying, she wasn't sobbing, she was simply making.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
If you got an objection, just make it.
Well, my objection, Your Honor, is I was not supplied with any discovery or any notes.
Assume is this in his report?
No, that is not in this report.
Why
The
not?
description. I asked you, officer, about taking the defendant to CMH. Can you tell us what CMH stands for?
County mental health.
And that was in lieu of taking her to jail, which was an option, is that correct?
Well, after certain things are brought to your attention, that was no longer an option.
And basically, is it fair to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if, in any sort of situation as a police officer, when you contact someone, if there are threats of suicide, then you are instructed that to be on the safe side, you should take them to CMH as opposed to jail?
That would be one factor, yes.
Also, when there are indications that the person may be a danger to others, and you are not necessarily going to put them in custody, is that another thing that you take into consideration as far as whether or not you take them to CMH?
Yes.
And you did have a conversation with Elizabeth Broderick, where you asked her about the fact of whether she knew that there was a restraining order against her with respect to that property, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated to you, when you asked her, did you drive your car into the house? Her answer was, sure did, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked her, why did she do it? Her answer was, because he refused to talk to me. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it also true that when you were first there at the house, not after you returned, it was when you were first there that Mr. Broderick told you that she had threatened to go and burn the house at Coral Reef? At that point, he was not aware whether she had or not, that she had indicated a threat to do that, correct?
May I refer to this?
Sure. I can direct your attention to page 4.
Correct.
Okay.
I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yes, the questions you referred to,
What you were told is that she had threatened to commit suicide in the past and had threatened to burn down Coral Reef in the past.
My report says that he told me that she had threatened suicide in the past and said she was going to burn the house down on Coral Reef.
In the past or that day?
As my report reads, I really can't recall what was meant.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Recross.
Your report reads that she had threatened suicide in the past and that she was going to burn down the house on 5555 Coral Reef, correct?
Yes,
And he also told you that she had threatened to harm him several times.
yes.
I've nothing further.
Mr. Early?
And also, he said he wanted her committed. That way.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was there an answer?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Early?
Yes.
He said that he felt she needed help, didn't he?
He also said that. He said that he felt she should be committed.
Definitely correct.
Mr. Early?
Oh, yeah.
Witness to be excused. Thank you very much, officer.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you know Betty Broderick here at the end of council table?
Yes, I do.
And approximately when did you meet her?
In 1987.
Okay. And could you describe are you a friend of hers, an acquaintance? How would you describe your relationship with her?
A good personal friend, I believe.
And how often would you see Betty in the course of a week? If you can give us an estimate.
We would be together 2-3 times a week on average.
And what kind of things would you do together?
Mostly, we walked down at the beach, one of the beaches or other, just to get exercise and to talk.
Did what time of the day would you usually go to these walks on the beach?
Early in the morning, like 6:30 something.
In 1989, were you aware of whether Elizabeth Broderick was trying to get custody of her children?
Yes, she was.
And did you see her at all in the summer of 1989?
I saw her a lot, yes.
Now, during the summer when she was trying to get custody of the children, how would you describe her? How was she doing?
In 1989, she was excited about the possibility of having the children with her and wanting to have this all accomplished during the summer so they would be settled by the time school started.
Okay, now before the summer of '89, had she been different? Would you describe her different before the summer of '89?
Yes, before the trial, very different because things really weren't going well and she was depressed and upset, lonely.
Would you see Betty with her children?
Yes, I did.
And how was she when she was around the children?
Absolutely beautiful. Just, they loved her, she loved them, and I could tell that they were just very much cared about each other and wanted to be with each other. Was happy, they were happy together.
Now, sometime after the summer of 1989, did there come a time where there were some problems in the hearings on getting her children back?
What rules? You can answer that, just yes or no.
Would you ask me that again, please?
Did you become aware of some problems in proceeding with some hearings on getting her children back?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you see a change in her at that time?
Yes. Her anxiety level was very high, and she was wondering again, is summer going to be all over, and still no resolution on this matter.
The did you receive on November 5th? Did you become aware of some problems Mrs. Broderick was in? Become aware of an event involved the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you become aware of that?
A phone call very early in the morning.
Okay. Approximately what time?
I didn't look at the clock, but I was still in bed, asleep. It had to be before 7, I'm sure.
And who did you receive the call from?
From Diane Black.
And after you received the call, what was the next thing you did?
She had given me a telephone number where Betty was, and I wrote that number down, and then I called Betty at that number.
Okay. And did you talk to her?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe her emotional state over the phone at that time?
She was absolutely distraught and devastated. She was crying, and she didn't know what to do, and asked me, what she should do, and I was totally devastated too. I didn't really have an answer for her or to try to help her at that moment.
What did she say? Did she say anything to you about being involved in a shooting or shooting a gun?
She did.
And what did she tell you?
She said that she had been over to Dan Broderick's house, and that she had fired a weapon, but she didn't know if she'd hit anyone.
Yeah. And did she ask you anything? Ask you any advice?
She did, like what she should do or anything like that.
Is there anything that you tried to do?
I just tried to comfort her and to, tell her that I would come over to the phone booth where she was, just to be with her and to please stay there till I got there.
What did you do in regards to trying to find out where she was?
I asked her where she was and if there were some landmarks. She said it's just near a phone booth at a gas station just off the freeway. And she told me about where the exit was on the freeway, and she identified a Coco's restaurant, which was across the street, and at the moment, that's all I can recall of the identifying things, but from what she told me, I was able to find it.
Why was the reason you needed identification of things around there?
Because I wasn't sure which gas station it might be or where exactly. She was kind of disoriented, and I needed to know kind of where she was because I was driving over to meet her.
Was she able to give you any streets?
I think she told me the exit off the freeway, but I can't remember what that exit was right now.
How long did you talk to her on the phone?
I don't think it was 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes or something.
And what happened at that time? Was there a reason that you discontinued the conversation?
Yes, she was wondering what to do, and we were talking, and I didn't have a suggestion at that time of what to do. And she said, I know, I'll go to Lily's. That's her daughter.
Okay. What did you do after? Did she hang up as soon as she said that?
Yes, she did. I said, I'll be over to see you. Stay at this station, at the station where you are, and I'll come over to be with you. And then we hung up, and I knew she was going to call Lily, so I got dressed real quickly and dashed over there.
And you dashed over to where?
to the phone booth where she had said she was.
Was she there?
No, she wasn't.
Now, what did you do after you drove to the phone booth?
I wondered, where she might have gone. So I went by her condominium, which she was just moving into, and she wasn't there. Her car wasn't there. So then I went to her home, and her car wasn't there either. She wasn't there.
And when you went to her home, did you do anything at that time?
Yes, I went up to the door to see if anyone else was there.
Was there somebody there?
The boys were there, Rhett and Danny.
Did you know where Lee lived at that time?
I did not. No, I didn't even have her phone number.
Okay. Were you able to get the phone number?
I didn't get the phone number, but I asked the boys if they knew Lee's telephone number. And I think it was Rhett went and dialed the telephone and called her on the phone.
Did you talk to Lee on the phone at that time?
Yes, just briefly.
And did you talk to Betty?
Yes, I did.
And what was the conversation at that time?
The conversation was that it was a little bit difficult to talk with the boys around, but at the time I was talking with her, a neighbor came, and so the boys were talking with them. And I'm not sure if that's the moment we talked about. I suggested that it would be good if she maybe were to turn herself in, and that to please let me know if she decided to do this, and maybe I could help find an attorney who was available on Sunday who would be willing to help her in that process.
Did you attempt to locate an attorney for her?
Yes, I did.
And did you know whether Mr. Broderick had been shot or was dead at that time?
I did not.
Did she ask you to get anything from her house at that time?
No, nothing.
Did you take anything out of the house?
No.
Okay. Where did you go after talking to her on the phone?
I asked her to please call me at home and that I was going home, and I went home after talking with her.
Okay. Did you call the police at all at that time?
No.
Were you told to call the police or not to call the police by anybody?
No.
Did you receive a call at your house?
Yes, I did.
And you remember what time that was?
Oh, I don't remember. I could guess maybe about 9:30, but it's simply a guess. I really don't know. Time went so fast.
Who was calling at that time?
Betty.
And what was her mood at that time?
She had decided to turn herself in, and wanted not to do it alone. No,
Okay.
She was afraid, and she was distraught.
Did you agree to meet her?
Yes.
And where did you meet?
We met at a parking lot at University Town Center.
And who was there?
She was in a car with Jason, it was Lily's boyfriend, and Lily, and Diane Black was there.
And was there a discussion about getting legal papers from her house?
There was, but I don't remember where that came from or who suggested it. I don't have a recollection on that.
Okay.
But I know there was a discussion of that.
Did Elizabeth Broderick, did she fill out any paperwork that you witnessed?
In the car,
Yes.
yes.
And what was that?
That was a holographic will written on a piece, as I recall, yellow paper to give to Lily.
Was there, at some point in time, was a lawyer contacted?
Yes.
And do you know who called to try to find out, to try to get a hold of the lawyer?
Well, I did, and a friend of mine did. And we finally located an attorney who was willing to meet with her and help her in the process of turning herself in. And I made a phone call at the little place where we were, and introduced Betty to this attorney, and they made arrangements for us to meet him at his office.
I have no further questions, John.
We'll take the recess before we cross. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess until 5 minutes after 11.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Brown. This incident occurred on November the 5th of 1989. Do you recall that just a couple of days afterwards that a police detective attempted to talk to you and take a statement from you, and you refused to talk to the detective and give him any information?
That's probably true, yes.
And several other attempts were made by investigators after that point in time to get some information from you or find out what you knew about what occurred on November the 5th, and you refused to give any information.
I believe that's true.
And obviously, any information that you would have had at that time about any of the specific things that Elizabeth Broderick told you that morning would have been much fresher in your memory at the time, correct?
Probably. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I can't, maybe, I didn't hear your answer, but I don't think maybe the microphone needs to be.
Got the answer read back?
Or shall I repeat your question?
Either way.
It's obvious that if you had talked to someone back then on November 8th when you were contacted, that you might have been able to remember more details about what was said to you on the morning of November the 5th.
It's possible.
You indicated that you first met Elizabeth Broderick in 1987, correct?
Yes.
And so at that time, she'd already been separated from her husband for over 2 years.
I believe so, yes.
You met her at a HALT meeting?
I believe that was the first time I met her, yes.
Okay, and can you describe for us what HALT is?
It is a legal reform national movement headquartered in Washington.
And you have periodic meetings here in San Diego? Do you have monthly meetings or what?
We did have. The chapter is not in existence anymore. It's in a different form right now.
Okay, how many people were in the chapter at the time when you met Elizabeth?
Oh, we had a fairly large mailing list. Do you mean the members or the people who attended meetings?
The people who attended meetings.
Not very large.
And Elizabeth Broderick was fairly active at those meetings, wasn't she? Sharing her feelings about what she felt about the legal system?
She was there a few times. I would hesitate to guess how many meetings she attended, but she did attend some, yes.
Okay, and was she not fairly vocal about her feelings at those meetings?
She was explaining her situation, yes.
Well, she wasn't shy about it. She didn't just sit there and keep quiet. She was sharing her feelings with the rest of the group and asking for support from the group. And in fact, the group went to one of the contempt hearings. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you sat in through numerous hearings or several of the court hearings with her as a support person?
I did, yes.
You sat through the entire trial with her as a support person?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you met her in 1987 through the HALT group, did you immediately become a close friend of hers, or was there a period of time before you became actual friends?
I think we became friends almost immediately. I had a great deal of sympathy for where she was.
Now, was there a particular reason that you were involved in this HALT group? Had you been involved in a bad divorce?
My involvement with HALT had nothing to do with my divorce. As a matter of fact, HALT had, I don't know what they're doing today, but at that time, family law was not one of the areas that they were involved in.
And you indicated that you walked on the beach commonly with Elizabeth Broderick in the morning, is that correct?
Yes.
When you say that, what do you mean? A couple of times a week, a couple of times a month?
2 or 3 times a week on average.
And do you live in La Jolla yourself?
Yes.
How far away from Elizabeth Broderick did you live?
Not 5 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending on the traffic lights.
Driving distance as opposed to walking distance, is that what you're saying? Okay, and where would you meet if you were going to walk on the beach?
Usually she would pick me up where I live, and we'd go together in one car.
And what time in the morning would you do this?
I believe 6:30 in the morning.
So was that sort of that was a standard sort of thing? That it would be about 6:30 and she'd come by and she'd pick you up and then together you'd go walk on the beach?
Right. It was very
And-
refreshing, good exercise, and
And you were also there during those walks, obviously, to be a friend, to listen to what she had to say, and to listen to her troubles.
absolutely, I sympathize with her very much.
And you were a very supportive friend. She had you there to talk to a lot about her problems, correct? And on the morning of November the 5th, she did not call you that morning about walking on the beach or call you to talk about anything, correct?
No.
She hadn't called you at any time on Saturday to talk about any of her problems either?
No.
And she hadn't called you on Friday, the day before, Friday the 3rd, to talk to you about any of her problems? When was the last time that you actually saw Elizabeth Broderick before November the 3rd? Excuse me, 5th?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was before she and Brad went on their trip to Mexico.
You indicated that you saw her with her children and you did not believe that there were any problems whatsoever in her relationship with her children. Did you not see any problems between her and her daughter Lee?
I wasn't looking for problems, but I have been through the teen years, and I know some of the ups and downs of parents and children and mothers and daughters. I saw a fundamental, basic, loving and caring relationship both ways.
Were you there at any times when she had arguments with Lee and kicked Lee out of the house?
No.
Were you there at any times when you heard her use bad language towards Lee, call her bad names?
No,
You never heard any of those
no,
conversations?
I was never in the.
Did you ever see any writings that she made towards Lee and their disagreements?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you indicated that she talked to you at least a little bit during the summer of 1989. Did she talk to you about the fact that she was represented by an attorney at that time, Walter Mond?
Yes, I knew she had tried to get the custody situation settled.
Did she make any statements to you about the fact that he was optimistic about getting the children and she felt optimistic about it?
What time period? 89 you're talking about?
Yes.
I think when it first started, she was very optimistic and she was very hopeful that it could be accomplished during the summer months so that the children could be in a stable environment when school started. That was always her what she wanted to do.
Wasn't she also optimistic about it in October, for example, shortly before she took her trip to Acapulco with Brad Wright?
No, I don't think so, because school had started in September and it had not been resolved at that point. I don't think she was really devastated, because I think being a former teacher, changing schools in the middle
I
of
know
the year.
You've
is-
answered my question.
No.
Did she show you any letters or any documents at that time that suggested anything about not getting the children?
I don't believe I saw any documents, but the fact is she wanted them before school started. And she wanted that settled, and it wasn't settled even at that time.
Now, on November the 5th, the morning of November the 5th, when you received the phone call from Diane Black first, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at about 7 o'clock?
When I received the call from Diane, I think it was before 7, but I don't have a recollection of that time. It was early in the morning. I
Were
was
you-
still asleep.
You were still asleep. You were still in bed when you received the phone call?
Still asleep.
And what exactly did Diane Black tell you?
I don't remember exactly what she told me, except that she had had a call from Betty, and that a tragedy had happened. Betty was at a phone booth. She gave me the telephone number and wanted me to call her there.
Okay. She didn't give you any more details about
I don't
what had happened?
remember that there were any more details on that particular phone call.
Did you, when you say that a tragedy had happened, did you ask her, well, what are you talking about? Did she get in a car accident? Did her children get hurt? I mean, you didn't have any more details about what she was referring to?
I don't know if she mentioned at that time that Betty had gone to Dan's house. I don't know.
Okay, well,
But I did know that Betty was very upset and very didn't know what to do.
my question, though, to you is when Diane Black was talking to you originally, before you called the defendant, didn't she give you some information of the nature of the tragedy, that there had been a shooting, that people might have been hurt? Or did you just have some vague idea?
She didn't tell me very much because the conversation was brief, because she wanted to make other phone calls and wanted me to contact Betty and, to talk with her and see if I could get over there to talk with her.
Did you have any idea that it involved a shooting at that time, though, before you called back Elizabeth Broderick?
I may have at that time. I don't recall right now. I may have. I don't recall.
When you called her, you got in touch with her there at this phone booth in Claremont, correct?
Right.
And she answered the phone immediately. I mean, she was waiting there by the phone.
Yes, she answered them.
And you indicated that she told you that she had been over to the house and had fired a weapon, correct?
That's right.
Okay, now tell me, how did the conversation start? You said, "Hi, Betty, this is Ronnie." What was the next thing that was said?
I don't recall exactly what was said, but, what's wrong or something. And she said that she had been over, I think, to dance and had fired a weapon. She didn't know if she hit anybody or not. And she was crying. She was disoriented, just
Did you
totally
ask?
beside herself with not knowing what to do.
Did you ask her for any more details about the shooting?
At
About
that
how
time,
she had shot them, or how many?
I didn't interrogate her at all. She didn't want to be alone. She didn't know what to do. And she asked me if I knew what to do. And I didn't. I was totally devastated.
Okay.
By what?
When you indicated that you were totally devastated, it was obviously clear to you that something very serious had happened that involved the possible shooting of two people, correct?
That a weapon had been fired. Yes, I was aware of that, and I thought that was a very serious thing.
And at no point that morning, after talking to Elizabeth Broderick, or after talking to Diane Black, or after waiting at your home while she went over to Lee's house, you never called the police, did you?
No.
Now, you indicated that she gave you directions on how to get over there to the Claremont phone booth, correct?
She did, yes.
Now, whose idea was it for you to go to the Claremont phone
It was
booth?
my idea.
And you told her, "I'll come over there to where you are, give me directions how to get there," and she gave you the directions of how to get there.
Right, she did.
Okay. And then you left shortly thereafter, correct?
As soon as, yes, she talked about what'll I do, and she said, "Oh, I know, I'll call Lee." And then she hung up, as I recall, and I got dressed and got in my car and drove over to the phone booth.
Did she tell you anything about what she had been doing between the time of 5:30 in the morning and the time that you talked to her, which was approximately 7 o'clock?
No, she did not.
Did she tell you anything about why she was at that phone booth in Claremont?
No, and I didn't ask. It just seemed as though she had just turned off and stopped there and started calling people.
Okay.
I didn't ask anything further about it.
Now, when you drove over then to the phone booth in Claremont, and she was not there, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And from that point, then you went to her house because you didn't know how to get to Lee's house. Is that correct?
I went to her condominium first, and she wasn't there. Her car wasn't there. And then I went to her house, and neither her car nor she was there.
And you indicated that you did go into the house for purposes of trying to find her. Is that what you were doing?
I thought someone might be there who might know. Oh, and I was walking up the walkway, actually, when Rhett and Danny came out of the house.
And it was while you were there at the house that Rhett or Danny called Lee, and you had another conversation with Elizabeth Broderick, correct?
I did, yes.
And did she direct you to do anything for her at that time?
No.
you testified that it was your recommendation at that point that she turn herself in?
Yes.
And had you talked to someone else about that recommendation? Did you talk to your husband about that?
I don't have a husband, but I did talk with my friend, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You have maybe a significant other, is that fair
A
to say?
significant other, that's fair to say.
Okay, and he's an attorney?
Yes.
And it was his recommendation that you recommend to her that she turn herself in? And when you told her that you were recommending that she turn herself in, what was her response?
She was very receptive to the idea. She was afraid to do it. She didn't want to do it alone. She didn't have an attorney. So I told her that I was trying to find one who would come in on a Sunday and would be willing to represent her and to help her through this process of turning herself in.
When you indicate that she told you that she didn't have an attorney, isn't it true that she was being represented by Walter Mond at the time?
I believe he's a family law attorney.
Right.
I believe. I don't think he's.
You're not aware of the fact that Walter Mond has also practices criminal law?
I was not, no.
Okay, did anybody suggest, why don't we call Walter Mond your attorney?
No, as a matter of fact, that wasn't suggested.
Did you touch anything in the house while you were there, other than obviously the phone?
Other than
to
the
talk to her?
phone, no.
You didn't look through any documents or papers or look through her room?
No.
Now, is it correct to say, and maybe I misunderstood, that this phone call that you had from her house was at about 9:30?
As near as I can recall, I believe that was, no, it had to be before that, I think. I believe I testified, if I remember correctly, that when she called me back at my house after I'd gone there, it was about 9:30, something like that. But I believe it was before that time that I spoke with her from her house.
Okay, you spoke with her from her house. You made the recommendation that she turn herself in. And then at that point, you went back to your own home?
Yes, she told me she would call me at home and she would think about it, and she would definitely call me at home.
Okay, so she didn't ask you to come over to Lee's house at that point?
No, she didn't.
And then it was later while you were at home, were you just sitting around waiting for her phone call essentially?
Essentially, and calling various attorneys. Of course, on Sunday, it's not easy to reach them unless they're available by an emergency number.
And then she called you and she asked you at that point to meet her at the parking lot at the UTC shopping center, correct?
Yes, she said she had decided to turn herself in and she didn't want to do it alone. And so we did agree to meet.
Was there any reason that they didn't come over to your house and pick you up, or that you didn't go over to Lee's house and pick her up?
I don't think we probably weren't any of us thinking as clearly as we should, but no, we all just went in 3 different cars and met there.
Now, you indicate that you met at UTC. Did you all then get into one car together?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And it's at this point that she wrote this holographic will, is what you referred to it as.
Yeah. Well, not at that point. Particularly, we were driving to the, I believe it's the North Precinct Police Station, which is near University Town Center.
So this was on the way. She'd already made the decision to turn herself in.
Yes.
And you were on the way to turn herself in.
Right.
When she wrote this will.
Right. We were sitting in the car, waiting, I guess, to do what we knew had to be done, but we didn't have an attorney, so we weren't really comfortable with doing that. But it was during this period of time that she decided to write this holographic will. It was written on a piece of paper.
And she had you and Diane Black witness it, correct?
Yes.
And it is true, for a will to be valid, you have to have 2 people witness it,
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
What happened to it?
I don't know. I glanced at it at the time, and it was just a short little piece of paper. I don't even know. I think it was yellow, but I could be wrong.
Was it at this time that she was also writing on the photograph of Jason, directions for Lee, and asking Lee to do particular things and get particular things at the condominium?
It may have been, but I have no recollection of that at all. Okay. I just don't remember the picture. I don't remember anything about that. It may have happened that day, but I don't remember it.
Just showing you then what's been marked as People 65. Do you recognize that at all?
Yeah, that's Jason. Mhm.
Do you recognize the writing on it?
It looks like Betty's writing. But I can't tell.
Were you there at all when she was writing these things?
I don't remember this at all. I don't remember this at all.
Was there any discussion at the time when you were in the car, for example, of her leaving the directions for the key to the box in her house and where the hall key opens the security closet and those things? Any
Being
discussion?
written down? No. I think there probably was discussion about, because she was writing her will and she was trying to get those things squared away, but I don't have any recollection of this. I don't know why, but I don't.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of discussions about her putting that friends' messages machines must accept collect phone calls on there?
I don't. No.
Did she talk about the fact that she knew she was going to have to be making collect phone calls from Las Colinas jail?
I
So
don't
she was-
remember that on that day. I don't
Okay.
remember it. May have happened. I don't remember it.
She did write that down there. She was obviously planning ahead as far as leaving messages for people once she got into jail, correct?
That's on there, yes.
And where was it that you all went to a phone booth to make phone calls to attorneys?
It was not at University Town Center, but kind of diagonally across on the little plaza behind Anthony's seafood restaurant in that area.
And at that point, Elizabeth Broderick was calling and talking on the phone to potential attorneys. Is that not correct?
Yes, I think we both were. Yeah, she was trying to find someone to.
She called or talked to several people
Yes,
at that time,
she
correct?
did.
And ultimately, an attorney was contacted Mr. Ron Frant, and a meeting was set up with Mr. Ron Frant. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was it Elizabeth Broderick who set up the arrangements for meeting with Ron Frant?
my friend had found that Ron Frant was willing to come to his office and meet with Betty and help her through the process of turning herself in.
Right. But were you
And
there
so-
when she talked to him on the phone?
Yes, I made the phone call and introduced him to Betty, and then they made whatever arrangements they had to make.
And were you there when she made the phone call to Lee, when she called up Lee and left the message that essentially everything was going to be okay? She had a meeting with her attorney. Were you there when she did that?
Yes, because Lee had gone to collect some things. I don't know. I don't remember whether she just decided this is what I need to do or whether Betty asked her to get some things. I think probably the latter. But Lee had gone to the house or the condominium to pick up a couple of things for Betty.
And you're indicating that
And
it was your
She hadn't come back, and so we needed to leave to go down to Mr. Frant's office. So she did call Lee and leave a message on her phone.
And it was your recollection that the defendant had asked her to get certain things from the condominium that she wanted.
I believe so. I believe so.
Well, the jurors can't hear you. Speak up a little bit, ma'am.
Sorry.
Did you hear that last answer, Scott? Okay. If you could just maybe pull the microphone a little closer to you, ma'am. I've got it turned up all the way.
Is that better?
Okay. Go ahead.
And then when you did you remain with her until you went to Mr. Frant's office?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect. When you indicated that you went on walks on the beach, would you ever go Mission Bay or Mission Beach?
Mission Bay and or Mission by the Hilton Hotel, that long walkway, Mission Bay.
Okay.
And we'd sometimes go down to La Jolla Shores, and we'd sometimes walk from La Jolla Shores to the Cove. Those kinds of things.
Were most of the walks in one place?
Yes, actually, they were mostly in, around the bay, most of them.
Retros? Witness be excused? Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Call your next witness.
I call Diane Black.
He do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Could you please have a seat, the witness stand?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge. Could you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Diane Black, and it's Diane Black.
Thank you.
What year did you meet, well, first of all, do you know the woman at the end of council table here, Betty Broderick?
Yes.
And when did you first meet her? If you can remember what year.
I think it was 1988
Okay. And you remember where you met?
at her house.
And how often did you have contact with Betty?
I saw her in person, I would say probably about 3 times a week, except when she was out of town, which wasn't that frequent. And I talked to her probably every day.
During the time that you, was there, the time that you met her, was there did she have some kind of her added emotional effect? How was she behaving, or how would you describe how she was emotionally?
When I just,
Sustained.
During the time that you knew Betty, was there an overriding emotion that you would see with her?
I saw a veil of depression that seemed to be with Betty the whole time I knew her.
Were you aware of what her main concerns were?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well, just answer yes or no.
Yes.
Did Betty want custody of her children?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
Did she talk at all about her children?
She talked about them all the time.
Okay. And did she convey to you anything in relation to them, what she would like?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Did she convey any desires about her children, where they should live, or how she felt about that?
Oh, yes, Betty wanted the kids to be back with her. She wanted to provide them an environment where a parent was in the household all the time with them.
Were you aware of things in 1989 that she was doing to try to get custody of her children?
Yes.
And did you see her with her children?
On several occasions.
Can you describe how she was around her children?
Betty's mood was lightened, I would say, not as contrasted. It was gloomy, but no matter what was going on in Betty's life, when the kids were around her, she made it real comfortable for them to be with. She put aside her court problems. She left that aside and tried to be just a mom to the boys. And I could see the veil of depression, but I'm an adult.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
And were you around her at all during on her birthdays?
Yes.
And do you remember anything particular that happened on any of her birthdays?
Objection, Your Honor. There's been no outward.
Sustained so far.
Did you see any problems she was having with her children on her birthday?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was in 1988. Lucy had made dinner for Betty, and I believe Ronnie and Brad and Arette were there. We were all there for a surprise birthday party for Betty. And the doorbell rang in the middle of dinner, and it was Dan. And we all listened. No one got up from the table except Arette. He ran to the front door. We were probably about 8 feet away from the front door where we could hear the entire conversation. And
Excuse me, I'm going to object at this point as hearsay and also, if we could approach sidebar.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 1:30. I will do my absolute best today that we will start at 1:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch.
In the months preceding November 5th, 1989, you describe Elizabeth Broderick's emotional state.
is that a question?
Yes, can you describe her emotional, how she was doing in the months preceding November 5th of 1989?
Yes, it was a period, I don't know if it covers that, is right during the summer when Betty thought that she might be getting custody back. Or she was trying to fight for custody. I think she was more hopeful than she had been in the last year. But as the legal process of the custody portion did not go through,
Get used to it.
Betty's attitude, she seemed really depressed. She seemed more depressed than I'd ever seen her. She seemed more like a person that was giving up on herself. She became more reclusive. I noticed it was harder to get a hold of Betty. I would have to call her children's line in order to get her to answer the telephone.
Did you receive a call from Betty on November 5th of 1989?
Yes,
And what were you doing at the time you received the call?
sleeping
And do you know what time it was?
between 6 and 7.
Okay. And how would you describe her emotional state at that time?
I think she was frantic. Betty's first words to me were, "I need help." And she sounded like she was crying. She started rambling on about something that had just happened, and then she would start talking really fast, and all of a sudden she would stop. And then she would do it again. She was incoherent.
Okay, did she tell you about anything that happened?
Yes.
And did that happen right away or in the conversation, if you remember?
She said something to the effect that she had just come from Dan and Linda's house.
Okay. And did she say anything had happened when she'd been over there?
She said she fired a gun, and it was dark, and she didn't know whether she hit anybody.
Okay. Did she, now, what did you do at that time? Did you know where she was?
No.
Okay, and can you explain, did you talk to her about that on the phone?
Yes.
And what was the conversation?
Well, my thought was I just couldn't believe that she had.
Objection, Your non-responsive.
Sustained.
Go ahead, what was the conversation that you were having on the phone? And this is about trying to find out where she was.
I asked Betty where she was, and she says at a payphone. And I asked her, well, what area of town are you in? And she said she thought it was Claremont. And I asked her where specifically, and she could not tell me. So I asked her to look around and identify buildings around her, restaurants or gas stations. And from where she told me she thought she was, and the thing she was describing, I could figure out where she was. So the next step was I asked her, can you read the telephone number off the telephone to me?
And did she do that?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I told Betty to stay put, and I'll have someone call her back right away, and not to leave the payphone until someone calls her.
Now, after you talked to Betty, did you talk to anyone else?
Yes, I did.
And who did you talk to?
I immediately called Ronnie Brown.
And did you talk to Ronnie Brown?
Yes,
And did you talk to anyone else after you talked to Ronnie Brown?
Brad Wright.
Was that a long conversation with Brad Wright?
I don't think so.
And did you, at some point in time, did you meet Betty later that day?
Several hours later, yes.
And where did you meet her?
I met her in the parking lot in University Town Center.
And who was there when you met her?
Lee and Jason and Ronnie Brown. They were in separate cars. And Betty.
Okay, now, was there a reason that you were meeting her?
Yes, Betty had called me at a payphone. And she called me to ask me if I would go with her to turn herself in.
Okay.
And that was the meeting place.
And what was she like when you met her then?
I think she was in the same state as when she talked to me on the telephone earlier. She was disoriented. She was confused. Betty would ramble on. And there were periods where she would just sit there. She wasn't even physically there. She would just sit there in the car. And the rest of us were pretty hysterical and trying to calm her down.
I'm sorry.
Sir,
Objection.
Did she ask your advice on what to do?
yes,
Okay, and what did you tell her?
that I thought, considering the problems that she had before, she should probably get a lawyer. I was really worried for Betty, not knowing what she's.
Objection, Your Honor, it's time.
Sustained.
Okay. And did you, when you talked about what had happened before, what were you talking about?
Objection, it's irrelevant.
I overruled you next to that.
Is this in respect to the records and the lawyer?
Yes.
Objection, irrelevant, Your Honor. The question was, what did she recommend to her that morning?
Let's phrase another question.
Okay. Did you talk to her why she needed a lawyer?
Yes.
And what was the conversation?
Well, one of the reasons why I thought that she would need a lawyer is that if she went to jail for using profanities, whatever happened that morning, she would certainly need a lawyer.
And did you talk to her about, now whose idea was it? Did you talk about the legal papers?
Yes.
And whose idea was that originally? Do you remember?
Originally, no, I don't. I remember we were all talking about it at the same time in the car. Lee and Jason, Ronnie, and I. And Betty was just kind of sitting there. And none of us didn't know what to do. And so I knew that Betty had missing files from her divorce proceeding. And those might be the only, whatever legal documents she had might be something that would help her lawyer to turn herself in.
And did you suggest that at some point that you get those?
Yes. Not that she did, but that somebody obtained them.
Now, did Betty at some point in time make any writing a will?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything with that will?
I signed it. I signed it as a witness.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were talking to Betty, did she say anything else in the conversations about what had happened at Mr. Broderick's house? Did she tell you whether they had said anything to her?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
What she told me was that Dan said, "Okay, you shot me."
Did she tell you where he was at the time he said that? Or if he had done anything?
No, I just assumed he was in bed.
Objection, Your Honor. I'd ask for the last portion of your statement, the assumption.
Objection sustained, the answer stricken.
And did she say anything else in regards to a telephone there?
I think sometime during the day, and I don't know at what point, she mentioned that she had ripped a telephone cord out of the wall.
Did she ever tell you that she had in fact shot Dan in the head?
No, she never told me that.
And do you remember where the will was done?
Yes, it was in the car. It was in Jason's car, and we were sitting in front of I think it's the Northern Division Police Station that's by Anthony's in La Jolla.
Was there a photograph of showing you what's been marked as People's 65 for identification? Do you recognize this photograph? Or do you?
I know this is Jason. I don't remember seeing this at all.
Okay. Now, when you were in the car talking, was everyone quiet? Was everyone making suggestions? What do you remember?
Objection as to answer.
Sustained.
Did she talk to you about a suicide note at all?
The suicide note came up, but as I recall, thinking back, it was Betty's state of mind that led me to think that there might be a suicide note at the house or someplace.
Did I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
It is true, Ms. Black, that you've testified before that the defendant said nothing to you about any suicide notes. It was your assumption that maybe there might be one.
As best as I can remember, I think that's the way.
So she didn't direct you to go to the house and get a suicide note or to go to the condo and get a suicide note. That was just your assumptions.
At this time, 2 years later, I think that's the best I can recall.
Isn't that consistent with what you testified at the preliminary hearing and last year at the trial, though, too?
I believe so. If you can show me the transcript, I don't know. I can tell you why that I thought there was a suicide note.
No, that's okay. You've already indicated that it wasn't based on any specific statement that she made regarding the suicide note, correct?
Not regarding the note, no.
And when you called Brad Wright that morning, you told him that she had just shot Dan and Linda in bed at their home, correct?
I did not tell him that she shot Dan and Linda because I didn't know that.
Isn't it true that you told Brad Wright that?
I don't think so.
Did she tell you, she told you that at least that she had shot at Dan and Linda, correct?
She said it was dark and she may have shot someone, but she didn't know.
But did she not tell you that she had shot at Dan and Linda?
Yes.
So she told you that she had just come from Dan and Linda's home. She told you that she had been in their bedroom. And she told you that she had shot at Dan and Linda in their bedroom, correct?
Yes.
She also told you that Dan had said sometime during the incident, "Okay, you shot me, I'm dead," and that he said it clear as a bell.
Yes.
She also told you that sometime during that incident that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
Repeat that question, please.
She also told you that sometime during the time that she was in the bedroom, after shooting at Dan and Linda, that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
Sometime during the day that she said that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
Okay, what you're saying is that sometime during that day on November the 5th,
Yes,
she told you that when she was in Dan and Linda's room,
yes.
after shooting at them, that she had pulled the phone out of the wall.
I don't recall at what point she said she pulled the phone out of the wall, but I remember her saying that she pulled the phone out of the wall, the phone cord out of the wall.
And you said that the first words out of her mouth when she called you was, "I need help."
Yes,
That she didn't say anything about Dan or Linda needing help.
no.
And it was your understanding, based on what she had said, again, that she had been to their house and that she had fired shots at them. She was obviously upset. Something traumatic had happened. You believed that there was a possibility that Dan and Linda had been shot at that time, correct?
No, I didn't.
Is that not why you called Brad Wright?
I thought that Betty was having a nervous breakdown. It was so hard the concept of her going over there and even having committed anything over there, whether it was just to confront Dan, was so shocking to me. I didn't believe it.
Well, you knew she'd been over to confront Dan before. You knew of several instances in the past when she'd been over there to confront Dan, correct?
The confrontations that I understood were in court.
Okay. You weren't aware of any other confrontations didn't she tell you about a confrontation in 88? Didn't she tell you about going over there and taking her phone, and that she had called you ahead of time and told you, if they arrest me, I've got my mobile phone here and I'll give you a call?
She said that, but I didn't know it to be a confrontation, or I didn't know it to be she actually did it.
Okay, but she told you that she had done that?
No, she said she was going to do that.
Okay.
And if I call you, but I didn't know whether she did it or not.
Okay. Well, are you saying that when she talked to you that morning and she indicated that she had just come from their house and that she had shot at them, and that Dan had said, "Okay, you got me, I'm dead," and that she had pulled the phone out of the wall, are you indicating that you didn't have some feeling that Dan and Linda might have been shot?
At that time, I'm not sure what I thought. It was just an immediate reaction. I thought Betty was having a nervous breakdown. I couldn't imagine she'd gone over there. That's why I took the number for someone to keep her on the phone so I can call Brad to check out the story.
There was, after you talked to her on the phone, then how much time passed before you talked to her again?
Maybe an hour and a half.
And when you talked to her again, it was clear to you at that point, wasn't it, that she was still talking about shooting Dan and Linda and coming from their house, and you were talking about turning herself into the police. I mean, there was obviously some concern that something very significant had happened here, wasn't there?
Well, first she did not tell me she shot them.
She shot at them.
At them, yes. She thought she did.
Okay.
Okay, and she knew that she was in big trouble. That was exactly, I think, her word. I'm in big trouble. I need some help. And so at that point, I'm thinking to myself, perhaps she did go over there and did something, but she had the feeling that Dan was going to get her, that Dan was coming after her.
Okay, when was it that she told you, "I'm in big trouble"? Was that in that first phone call that you had?
I don't think so, no.
Let me ask you, you also refused to talk to any investigators after this incident, is that not correct?
Yes, I did.
And there were several requests to talk with you, and you refused to talk?
Yes, for a reason.
Okay, you refused to talk without an attorney present?
No, I needed to speak to her attorney.
Okay, so you had numerous conversations with the defendant and with her attorney, but you refused to talk to any police officers or prosecution investigators, correct?
Immediately after that, yes.
Yeah, well, in fact, you refused to talk at any point up until the preliminary hearing, which was 5 months later. Is that not correct?
That could be true. Her attorney was not available. That was the problem I had.
Okay. And why did you feel that there was some need to talk to her attorney before talking to the police and letting them know what had happened and what she had said to you?
I've never been involved in anything like this in my entire life. I know enough that if I'm going to speak to anyone on any particular type of matter as big as this, there's no way I would not talk to an attorney.
So you felt you had to have an attorney present first before talking to the police and telling them what had happened?
Not present, but just to give me some guidelines. This is the process. This is what happens.
Well, what about advice did you need from the guidelines? What sort of guidelines did you need from an attorney with respect to simply telling about what occurred as a witness?
I don't want anything to get twisted around.
Okay. Did you take any notes that morning of what Elizabeth Broderick said to you?
No, I didn't.
Did you memorialize at all anytime after that or shortly after that what she had said to you?
No, actually, I tried to forget it. I wanted to remember as little as I could that day. I didn't want to know any more of the details.
So are you telling us that you think Elizabeth Broderick told you more details, but that you just don't remember them at this point?
I don't really think there was much more. I just remember I didn't ask her questions.
It is true that you did not call the police that morning or call the ambulance or do anything in order to have anyone go over and check on Dan and Linda, correct?
Yes, because I knew Brad would take care of it.
Had you had any conversations with Brad after you talked to him? Did you have any more contact with him that day?
I talked to Brad that morning. I don't think I talked to him anymore that day. I don't think so.
Now, you indicated that when she called you the second time to have you meet at University Town Center, that she called you again from a payphone?
Yes,
Okay, so where, she had called you originally from a payphone in Claremont.
correct.
And then how much time passed until the second phone call?
I'm guessing I think it's about an hour and a half.
Okay, so was it your understanding that she had gone to Lee's house between those phone calls?
I don't know. I didn't realize where she was. I needed to call. I called Ronnie back.
Well, my question is, where was she, now she was at a different phone
Location.
booth when she called you the second time to have you meet at University Town
I'm
Center?
sorry, she was not at a phone booth. She was probably at Lee's house. I didn't ask her where she was.
Okay, well, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Didn't you testify that the second time she called you from a payphone to have you meet her at University Town Center?
Are you saying I testified to that?
That was my understanding of what she said.
A couple of minutes ago, I think I might have said that, and I'm thinking the best answer would be that I can think of. She called me. I knew Lee was with her. I assumed it makes sense she was coming from Lee's house. It's probably Lee's house instead of the payphone the second time.
And what's your best recollection of the time that it was when she called you the first time that morning?
I have no idea.
No idea whatsoever.
No, I don't.
But didn't you testify that you thought it was sometime between 6 and 7?
I just gave a wild guess, and that's about it.
Okay. Did you ask her what she had been doing between the time that she had come from Dan and Linda's house and shot at them and the time that she had called you?
No.
Do you live in Claremont?
Yes.
Did she explain to you why she was calling you from a phone booth?
No, she didn't.
Did she explain to you later why she didn't want to be driving around in her car and wanted to drive around in someone else's car?
No. No, she didn't.
There wasn't any discussion about the fact that the police might be looking for her and she didn't want to be found during that
She
period
said
of time?
Sometime during the day, but I have no idea when. Maybe it was after we left the police station in the morning. We
Well,
all
there was a
thought,
period of time, right, that you specifically did not drive around in her car. You were in another car and you were driving around just simply wasting time until you went to the attorney's office, correct?
I'm not sure that's not the way I'd say it.
Well, isn't it true that you had made an appointment for an attorney and there was an hour or two to kill before you could go meet with the attorney and you simply drove around?
We drove around looking for a place to wait to hear from Mr. Frant, her attorney. And we stayed at, I guess we parked over by the pier on Harbor Island. And it was close to the police station, and it would be convenient and easy place for her lawyer to locate us. And we waited. We just sat in the car and waited.
Well, when she told you that she was in big trouble, was that in connection to her telling you that she had pulled the phone out of the wall? That Dan had said, okay, you shot me?
I think it was, I cannot connect it to anything in particular. I just assumed it was from her conversation that she had come from Dan's house and he was going to come after her. She was afraid that he was going to get her.
Okay, did she say that? You never testified that she said anything like that before.
She said that, and I don't remember what her words were, to tell you the truth. But I had the feeling that that's why I didn't believe that anything really happened. I thought, boy, is he mad? He's going to really.
Well, didn't she have the gun with her that morning?
I didn't see a gun. I didn't ask to see a gun. The whole thing, the conversation with Betty when she first called me from the payphone was very brief, just a couple of minutes, just enough for me to get the phone number off the phone booth from her and call Ronnie, give it to her so Ronnie would keep Betty on the telephone.
Right, but later on, when you had a lot of time to talk with her, you didn't talk to her about where's the gun, or what did you do with the gun, or exactly how did you shoot them, or?
I didn't. No, I wouldn't. First, I wouldn't want to know. Second, no, I didn't. I was in a state of shock. I'm sure everybody else in the car was as well. But
you indicated that. Well, have you tried to be involved in any way in trying to publicize Elizabeth Broderick's case?
Publicize? What do you mean?
Going on TV, or had she had arguments with you about trying to launch yourself through her case?
I was asked to speak on a show up in Orange County. It was about inequities in the divorce court. It had nothing to do with Betty's case. And I mentioned to Betty after that I was going to join a girlfriend on that. And she thought that that's what it was about.
She got angry at you for doing that, right?
She probably did. I don't think she told me directly. I think she told somebody else. I don't know. I don't remember. You were the one that told me, your office. Bill Green called me in. I was walking out of the hallway, and he said, "Is it true?" Betty said this. And that's when I heard about the letter.
Well, were you tape recording your conversations with her?
I did at the beginning on my side because I was afraid of later ending up in court and saying, "Did you say this? Did you say this?" And then after a while, I thought, this is nuts, so I didn't.
Well, these are phone conversations that you had with her from Las Colinas jail, correct?
Yes, but I taped my side, so I knew what I said.
You tape recorded those conversations?
A couple of them, yes. Okay. My side, though, it wasn't Betty's side.
And do you?
But then I just.
Where are those tape recorded conversations?
Probably reused on class notes and other things.
You felt the need to tape record them at the time because you were afraid of what you might say, but you didn't feel.
I wasn't afraid of what I would say, but I had seen so many unusual things happen in her domestic case, and any association with it, it really frightened me.
Okay. And you didn't tape record. How did you tape record just your side of the conversation?
You just
with that?
hook up you play. If you're sitting in class taking a note from a teacher talking, all you do is you just push the buttons.
Did you tell her that you were tape recording the conversation?
Yes.
And she got angry at you for doing it?
Later on, she said something, yes. So I said, okay, I won't. But it was for my protection. I was uncomfortable. Again, I've never been involved in anything like this.
You indicated that with respect to that it was your opinion that the defendant always made it real comfortable for her children. That was your testimony this morning.
The times that I was around Betty, yes, and the children.
Well, would it change your opinion with respect to whether or not?
Your Honor, I have an objection to that, Your Honor.
I'd like to be heard side.
Well, are you trying to go into character?
Yes.
Well, you would have had heard. You want her side for she only talked about what she saw, Your Honor.
Well, discuss the sidebar for a minute.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she did not want custody in 1985 or 1986 or 1987?
Your Honor, there was an objection at sidebar of me going into areas I didn't go into, so I would object.
May I approach sidebar then again?
Yes.
Based on. You indicated that in the months preceding November the 5th that your quote was, as the legal process did not go through, that she appeared to be upset about that. What made you think that the legal process was not going through?
Well, by the time the summer had had come around at the end of summer towards the kids starting to go back to school. If everything, I guess, would have gone as planned, Betty would have had the kids, she would have gone through a custody hearing, and hopefully the kids would be back with her. And those plans seem to be falling through.
Were you aware of when she actually filed for custody, that she did not do that until September of, I believe, September 21st? There was no motion filed until then?
I don't know when the motion was filed, but I know she was talking to the attorney way before then.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that the legal proceedings were going through, that they were having hearings, that the dates were set, that they were negotiating?
I remember
being
there was a lot of, whether it was continuances or postponements, there was something that was keeping the proceedings, that was protracting the proceedings. I don't remember exactly 2 years later what it was.
And this was the information that Elizabeth Broderick was telling you at the time.
She was telling me, and I did see a lot of papers in her house.
Did you see papers regarding the custody motion after September?
I don't recall that at this time now. No, but if you showed it to me, I could let you know if I'd seen it before.
When was the last time that you saw her? Before November 5th?
I would say a week before that, a week and a half maybe. It was before, a couple of days before she went to Mexico.
Okay, so you were aware that she had gone to Acapulco with Brad Wright
Yes.
the week before, and you were also aware that she had gone to San Francisco with him in October, the month before, correct?
I don't remember that in particular, but
You said that there was this, that she was depressed over this period of time. It is also true that you've described her as being extremely angry over this period of time, correct?
it was more of a situational thing. There was something that happened, like she got court papers. She would get very agitated. She'd be reading them and she would get mad reading them.
Wasn't she angry just about every time you talked to her?
No, I wouldn't say that.
You never said that you knew she was angry, because when I spoke to her, she was angry and upset all the time, each time I talked to her?
It depended what we were talking about. If we were talking, I don't remember saying that, but if she was talking about something that I guess she felt hurt her or was causing a problem in the finalization of her bifurcation and her divorce process and the custody, yes, that made her angry.
You talked to her too about moving on, correct? Didn't you even suggest, for example, that she go back to her maiden name so that she, because of her perception of problems getting representation in the legal community?
Yes.
And she wouldn't do that, would she?
She was proud of the name Broderick, and she'd used it for a long time. In fact, she still calls herself Mrs. Broderick.
Were you aware of any times while you knew her during 1988 when she took the kids back to Dan Broderick, when she had custody of them?
Would you please say that again?
Were you aware, you met her in 1988, were
Yes.
you aware of any times during 1988 when she had them, she had visitation of them, and for whatever reason, she took them back?
There is no particular instance that sticks out.
Did she ever talk to you about an incident where Rhett had an earache in the middle of the night and she took him back to Dan Broderick?
I remember Rhett calling her that he had an earache and he needed some medicine.
But was that an incident where she was describing that he was at her house, he was sick with an earache, and in the middle of the night, she took him back to Dan Broderick?
I don't recall that in particular.
Do you recall her talking to you about a Mitch Miller concert where the boys didn't want to go and she got angry and took the boys back to Dan Broderick's house?
No, I don't recall that.
I have no further questions.
Redirect. I have no further questions. Witness, please excuse.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pike. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello?
Rita, would you get the exhibit off there, please?
Ma'am, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Victoria Older Curry, Currie.
Thank you.
Curry, what, do you know Betty Broderick sitting here at the end of the council table?
Yes, very well.
Okay, and what year did you meet her?
I met her in about 1976, 77.
And how did you happen to meet?
A neighbor of hers who lived down the street, Wilma Engel, had recommended her to me to take care of my children, my son.
Okay. And do you have a son the age of Danny Broderick?
Yes, exactly the same age.
And what,
And also a daughter who's the same age as Red.
was there a reason that you were interested in having Betty Broderick take care of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. Did they become friends, your children?
Yes, they became best friends. He was there 5 days a week. I was working regular hours, and I saw her all the time.
And can you describe Betty Broderick during the years 1977 and 1982?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry. Did we put side by side?
Yes.
Can you describe Betty Broderick in the time you met her through 1982?
Yes, I would say she was a very down-to-earth person. She was generous. She was very much what I would call the earth mother type. The kids were always around her. My son and daughter both looked forward to going over to their house for her to take care of them because they had such a good time and she took such good care of them. Her whole life was really oriented around child caring. And I would not call her a socialite in any.
How would she dress?
She dressed in sweats, tennis shoes. She had a station wagon. She'd load them all up. She was, as I said, very down to earth.
Did you become aware of in 1983 as to at least some suspicions Mrs. Broderick had in regards to an affair?
Yes. During that summer, she first mentioned something to me that she suspected Dan might be having an affair with his secretary or paralegal, whatever. And
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Now, before, was there a change in the way Betty talked about Dan after 1983?
yes, she wanted to believe what he said.
Your Honor, excuse me, outside. Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Was there a change in the way Betty talked about Dan after that period of time? Did she become more critical of him at times?
Yes, she verbally was critical of him, whereas before she said, she criticized things more, like when we all talked, it was sort of normal conversation about, he did this or he did that. And after that, it began to change. She just couldn't, after
Objection.
83.
Sustained. Just wait till we ask you another question.
Now, during this period, was Betty taking any steps to change herself to please Mr. Broderick?
Yes, she was constantly telling me that he was critical of her. Specifically, one week she'd say, he thinks I'm too heavy. So she says, I'm on a new diet. Then she would say, soon after that, oh, he thinks my skin is broken out too much. I'm going to a dermatologist. She would then say, he doesn't like the way I dress. So she would go out and buy some new clothes. She was constantly, every week it seemed to be, it was something else that he seemed to be critical of.
Did she seem to be having problems with self-esteem during this period of time?
Yes, in fact, she told me there was someone at the church who knew about that was she had met before, who was teaching a self-esteem class, and she told me that she'd gone back to have some private counseling on self-esteem. That she just couldn't seem to do anything right.
Okay. How would you describe Betty's attitude about money when you first met her?
She was extremely generous to her friends, to her kids. I mean, all the play, the swings, the trampoline. I mean, the money that I saw spent was primarily for the kids.
Okay. Was there a change in her spending habits that you saw at any time?
Not really.
Were you aware that Dan and Betty eventually separated in 1985?
Yes.
And how often did you see Betty after their separation in 1985?
Just sporadically. I was living out of the state most of the time.
Okay. Would you become aware of times where you knew at that time that the children were living with Dan, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of times when she was having plans on having the boys visit and they just didn't show up, were not able to come?
Objection.
Do you have any personal knowledge of that? Just yes or no?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I just know that we would talk on the phone and she would tell me that they were.
Sustained.
Were there any times where you were present where there were plans that were canceled?
Yes. Betty had talked about bringing Danny over to my house, and then she wasn't able to do that. He would arrive, and Dan would have brought him. And she had told me that the plans were that he was coming to spend the weekend with her and that she would bring him over so that the two boys could play together. So when Dan brought them, I knew plans had changed.
Did you become aware at some time of problems with the babysitters at Dan Broderick's house?
I just, when Danny would be over at my house, I would hear him complain that nobody was there. He couldn't go different places because there was no one to take him. It just sounded like there was not very much supervision, and he complained about the food and the quality and lack of. And
did you ever hear Betty use profanities?
Yes, but not until after, I don't know, 1984, 85, maybe, something like that.
Okay. And can you describe those occasions? Was it all the time?
No, no, it wasn't. And the only time that I really heard it was in reference to Linda or Dan. And I really didn't hear anything else. And I mean, it was done in frustration because she had never done this before. And so, I mean, I could understand. I mean, she just felt totally frustrated with her life, with herself.
Was there, when you were present and with her and the children, was her behavior at that time, did it seem to be appropriate?
Yes, she was just her old self when she was with the kids.
I have no further questions.
Cross down.
Mrs. Kerr, you never heard her use inappropriate language in front of the children?
I can't remember that. I honestly can't because I was gone, as I said, from about June 1985, and I just don't remember. I did hear her. We talked on the phone, and I periodically saw her when I came to town for maybe 3-month stretches. But I just don't remember that. I admit that she did call Dan, she did use some words about Dan and Linda. And
Did you ever hear her using those words in front of the children? Did you ever hear her?
honestly, I didn't. But I really, quite honestly, don't remember. But I didn't. It made no impression on me, and something like that would.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she was doing that? That she was saying sexually explicit things to the children? That she was telling the children to do violent things to their father or Linda?
No, she wouldn't tell me anything like that.
Okay, so she would do some things then obviously that she would not tell you about.
Your Honor.
Well,
That's totally
Sorry,
wrong.
that's argumentative, sustained.
Well, you were not aware then of any inappropriate conduct that she engaged in with respect to conversations that she had with the kids, or what she was telling them to do, or how she was telling them to do it?
She, as I said, I had very little contact around with her. I mean, I'd go to lunch with her when I was here. We were good friends. But I didn't know, I didn't hear until later about calling up and leaving messages on the machine. I had no idea about that.
Okay. So you indicated that most of your contact, you had very little contact with her after 1985, that's what you're saying?
I had contact with her every time I was here. Some years I was gone the whole year, but when I was here, I did talk to her on a regular basis. We were longtime friends. We shared the same birthday. We had done everything together. So, I mean,
you indicated that she was obsessed during that period of time. She was obsessed with Dan and Linda, correct?
What, the 1985?
Following her separation.
Well, I'm not, that was 1985, is that
Yes.
right? It consumed most of her life. I mean, she wanted to get the children back. I mean, she wanted to get things settled in her life. She's trying to get control of her life.
Did you talk to her in 1985 about what she was doing to try and get the children back?
I don't
Your Honor,
remember.
Objection. Beyond the scope of
Overruled.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she specifically requested her attorneys not to request custody of the children?
Your Honor, I have an objection to this area.
Overruled.
That's proper.
All I know is that she wanted those children and she was trying to gain control of her life and get it back in order so she could have them. I mean, that was where it was all trying to lead to.
Okay, that's what she was telling you, is what you're saying.
Yes.
She did tell you about taking the children over there and giving them to Dan. She did say, he's out having a great single life and all I have is 4 kids. Why should I take care of them while he's out playing, correct?
I might have said something like that, but that referred to the fact, first of all, she would never have given up those children if she thought he would take them.
Well,
I mean, that's for sure. And that she
Perry-
used it as a ploy.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she used that as a ploy to make him assume some responsibility, which he had never had with those kids.
So she did admit to you that she did give him the kids, and she did say, why should I take them if he's out playing?
Yes, she said that, but I mean, I
Did she
understood
talk-
why she said it. It was very obvious to me.
Okay. Did
knowing
she
her-
talk to you about the opportunities that she had to have the kids back in 1986 and 1987? Did she talk to you about any people that were trying to encourage her to take the kids back and her refusal to do so?
No, during 1985 to 1980, 1985, 86, 87, I was gone completely from here. So I just periodically spoke with her on the phone, birthdays, Christmas, whatever.
And are you saying that prior to 1982, prior to 1983, you never heard Elizabeth Broderick be critical of Dan in front of other people?
No more than any of us would. I mean, when we periodically get together, oh, let me tell you what he did this morning. Or, I mean, it was just very normal, very typical of what, all our friends would periodically say.
Did you get any feeling that she was unhappy in her marriage or that she was happy in her marriage?
I think she was critical that he was never there, and he wasn't. I rarely saw him. We did socialize periodically, but it usually was our birthday. And I know he,
My
I worked.
question- Excuse me, my question was, did she tell you whether she was happy in the marriage or unhappy in the marriage?
I don't think she ever really said. She just was critical of he was never there.
There were times when you socialized together with her and her husband, correct?
A few times, yes.
And you described him as being friendly and outgoing and as someone. who
Right,
could storytell.
yes.
And did you ever hear him say to her that she was fat or say to her something degrading? Did you ever hear that?
No. But she told me that.
She told you that. And when you talked to her prior to 1983, you never heard her call him a fag or call him an asshole?
No, I never ever heard her use a four-letter word. I don't recall during that time up until, I don't know.
Did you ever
After
see
83.
her shunning his affections during that period of time?
No, but I didn't really see him too much.
And with respect to money, it is true that after 1979, 1980, that she was spending a lot of money
Well, relative to what?
relative to how she had spent before. And she talked about the fact that she was buying a lot of jewelry, she was buying a lot of clothes, they were going on a lot of trips.
Not really. I mean, to me, I still saw her doing it with the kids, and she bought the girls, took very good care of the girls with their clothes. The kids always had a new bike or the newest kind of gimmick skateboard or whatever, and that's really more where I saw the money going.
Have you not said, though, that in the last few years of her marriage that you saw her buying expensive clothes and expensive jewelry?
I guess she did, but I mean, she did, but I don't remember it being any more than it didn't stand out in my mind compared with the people that were all around and her friends.
What about the parties that she gave? Did she give lavish parties where she had
No,
caterers?
I mean, I went to her Christmas party. I never had dinner at her house. She never, I mean, I never, we would go out periodically, but she did have a Christmas party, and it was very family oriented, and the kids all dressed alike, and I mean, it was their day.
Image was important to her, right? To have that appropriate image for other people, dressing all the kids alike, and that's
Well, I don't know if she either did it, I think she did it for herself. I never got the feeling she was doing it for anybody else.
So you never went to any parties that she had in the afternoon for women where she hired musicians or?
No, I went to one lunch, but I just don't remember sitting outside in the backyard, but that's about it.
When you're indicating your connection with Danny coming over to play with your son, that would have been prior to 1985, because in 1985 you moved, is that correct?
That's right, but then we came back for these, 3-month stretches. And Matt and Danny were best friends. It's a kind of a friendship that they're still that continues on. They're just longtime friends. And
did Danny ever express any fears to you about his mother going to kill his dad?
No, I never heard anything.
I have no further questions.
Your direct. No, you're not. Witness be excused.
Yes, John.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Dick.
And while she's coming up, you're on a quick sidebar.
All right. Take our afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Please remember the admonition. Matter of the people of the state of California, this is Elizabeth Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Mrs. Broderick is present. Miss Ann Dick, come forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Afternoon, ma'am.
Now, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Ann, A-N-N-E, B as in boy, last name is Dick, D-I-C-K.
Thank you.
And do you know the lady at the end of the council table here, Betty Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And what year did you meet Betty?
We moved to San Diego in 1976, and I met Betty and her family probably 6 months later.
And how did you happen to meet?
A mutual friend introduced us.
Okay. And what was the was there a purpose in your meeting?
At that time, I had transferred my membership in the Junior League, and I needed to do a year of transfer volunteer work. And my older 2 children were in school, and I needed someone to watch over my youngest child. And our mutual friend had said that Betty would be willing to watch over young children so that her children had someone to play with. And that was the reason that our friendship was initiated.
Do you have a son the age of Danny Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And was she watching other children at the same time?
Yes.
And did she, at some point in time, was she taking money for watching the children?
Yes. I paid her, yes.
Okay. And do you know what things she was doing with this money?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Well, sustained.
Do I know what she was doing with the money?
Don't, wait till I answer another
Oh,
question.
excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Was she spending money on the children at that time?
Yes.
For how long of a period of time did she watch your child?
Well, Christian was 6 months old when we moved here, and then Christian and Danny enrolled in the first half-day three-year-old program at Parker. And Betty continued to take care of Christian even when they were in half-day school together, because sometimes I wouldn't be able to pick up Christian. And so Christian would go home with Betty and Danny, and then I would pick him up later in the afternoon. So probably over a span of 3 to 4 years.
Was there a reason that you had her watch your child?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was that, Suzanne?
Well, interestingly, Christian was our third and last child, and I could have afforded to made any sort of childcare arrangements for Christian. One of the options was an older woman who would drive to my home.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm sorry, but I believe it's not responsive.
Sustained.
What was the reason for her, for Elizabeth Broderick?
Excuse me, I was trying to explain that in the context, this was the best childcare arrangements that I could make, and I had many choices.
That's fine.
And this one was the best one that I could have possibly have arranged for Christian.
Okay. Did Christian and Danny become friends?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when they went to Francis Parker, did Betty participate in school activities there?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe her participation in school activities?
Well, it was far better than mine.
Okay.
She was very involved, and I was off doing other things, whereas Betty was very focused on what the kids were doing and very involved in their activities.
What was her relationship with children at that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer that.
It was a very good relationship. She was a very creative mother. They were basically the focus of her attention and her energy.
Okay. Did you and Betty do things socially during that period of time?
Sometimes we would, sometimes we'd have outings with the kids, but they were basically anything social that we did. We either were focused on the children. A couple of times we tried to put together things that involved our respective husbands, but it just didn't seem to work out.
Okay. And how would you describe her during those years as far as just the way she looked and what kind of person?
Well, she looked remarkably different than she does today. She was very energetic. I would select an adjective such as svelte. She dressed very well, very nicely. She was fun to be around. She was very happy.
Okay. And was she someone who was wearing expensive clothes, sweatsuits? How would you normally describe her when she was around with children?
Well, probably 80% of the time that I saw her, she was dressed appropriately to take care of little children in the backyard. So it would not be silk blouses. It would be more along the line of sweatsuits, that sort of thing.
Okay. Was And how often between the time you met her and up until 1982 would you say you saw her?
Well, I can't be precise, but I would say at the most, I would drop Christian off maybe 2 and 3 times a week.
Okay.
There would be reason for me to need to be away from home.
Was there at some point in time a change in her spending habits?
Well, not the sort of change that I would describe as an overnight change. There was a gradual change. And I think as Dan became more successful, the spending habits probably changed commensurate with his earning capacity.
Okay, was that the whole family or just Betty?
Well, Betty did most of the buying for the 4 children, and Dan certainly spent money. He had a stable full of pretty cute cars that would change rather regularly when you go over there.
Okay. The did the time that you were over at the Broderick house, did you become aware of some problems in the marriage between Dan and Betty sometime 1983, 1984?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a change that you can recall in the way that Betty talked about Dan after that?
Betty didn't talk that much about Dan to me. Dan was rarely there. I would come. There would be sometimes when I would have.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I just wanted to ask you another question.
Okay. Was before 1983, did it occur to you that she was being very critical of Dan?
No.
Okay. Did you notice that change after 1983, 1984, where she became somewhat more critical of him?
She was, both of our husbands at that time were on the same similar career pattern, and he was absent from home, and she was as critical of him as I was of my husband, who I sometimes felt chose to be at the office when he should have been doing things with the children. And that's something that every marriage has to work out. She was not unduly critical, and I tried not to be also.
Did you become aware of at least some suspicion of an affair that she had?
I was not aware of it.
Okay. Were you ever aware of her trying to change herself or trying to improve herself?
No, I was not aware of that.
Did you happen to ever visit her in her La Jolla Shores home on Calle de Cielo?
Yes.
Okay. And when she first moved in the house, can you describe how it was furnished?
Very sparsely.
Okay. And when you mean sparsely, what are you talking about?
There wasn't very much furniture.
Okay. Did you become aware of a change in Mrs. Broderick's language or the use of profanity over the years?
I had heard of it.
Okay.
I was not personally aware of it.
Okay. Did you see her after the separation with Dan?
Yes.
Okay, and where would you see her?
When you say after the separation, are you talking about the period of time that from the point that they separated there to the future? I mean,
Yes, to
today?
the future.
Yes, I saw them.
Okay. Did you see her around the children at all?
Yes, sometimes when I'd run into her in La Jolla, she'd have the children with her.
Were both your children still going to Francis Parker?
Yes. Oh, I would see Betty up at Francis Parker. That's where I was most frequently run into her.
Okay. And how often would you see her at Francis Parker after the separation?
Well, it became our habit that that we saw one another whenever there was a special event at the school, whether it was an athletic event or a program or something special that the boys were in. It would be our custom that we would seek out each other, and rather than being seated in the audience, we would stand in the back and we would visit and watch whatever the boys were doing.
Did you see her at most of those?
Yes,
Okay. Did you see their father at those events?
rarely.
At the time that you were at Francis Parker, was she using inappropriate language then?
She did not in front of me.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of any health problems that Rhett had?
Well, when the boys were still down at the lower school campus and I would be picking up Christian, Rhett was I believe a preschooler then at that time. He was a very thin and frail child and looked as though he just wasn't very well. He looked very, he wasn't like the other boys in that he was hardy and robust.
Did you see any physical changes in Elizabeth Broderick over the years after their separation?
Yes,
And what were those physical changes?
she gained weight.
I have no further questions.
Roxanne?
Good afternoon, Ms. Dick. You indicated that Elizabeth Broderick watched your son. That was through, she stopped watching children in 1979, is that correct?
I don't know when she stopped watching children. I know when Christian started the third grade, started in the 3-year-old preschool program. I'll have to forgive me to calculate that back. He's 15 today, so what year would that have been?
I'm sure you're better at that. I'm not good at that, but does it sound fair to you that, well, I believe she's testified that she stopped watching children.
We moved in 76, so 79, 80 would have been about right.
And you indicated that the question was sometime during this period of time to how you described her. You described her as being energetic and svelte. By svelte, you meant pretty, attractive, thin. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't have a Webster's dictionary, but yes, that would
I'm not
meet
asking
my
for
criteria,
the Webster's
sure.
dictionary. I'm asking
Sure.
what you meant by that.
Sure, she was very attractive.
And that was through 1985, correct?
Yes.
And you also indicated that, at least from your observations, by the early 1980s, the family in general appeared to be fairly affluent at that time, that they had a lot of spending money and that they were spending money.
Well, interestingly, Dan had the same risks that we had, which is it went from, I had a career change and there's a certain amount of risk involved as to whether you're going to be financially successful. It's my understanding that when Dan did become successful, he became enormously successful.
Right. And you're indicating that once he became successful, obviously the family was spending money. They had money to spend.
I think that's a fair characterization, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that after the separation, the primary contact that you had with Elizabeth Broderick was through your children running into her at Francis Parker, that sort of thing.
And various places in La Jolla.
Okay. Did you go out and socialize with her? Did the two of you together go out and see a movie in the evenings?
No.
Anything like that?
No.
Okay. And in none of those conversations where you would see her, where you ran into her at Francis Parker, for example, was she using any inappropriate language?
No. That's correct.
Okay, so she acted appropriately under those circumstances.
Yes.
And you never heard her at all use inappropriate language in front of the children, is that correct?
Not when I was present.
Okay, and when you would see her, when you would run into her with the children, it would usually be at places where there was a lot of people around, events, that sort of thing.
I think that's true. Yeah.
Now, you indicated that you felt that Rhett appeared to be sick or skinny. What year are you talking about?
Well, he would have had to have been in the preschool program.
So this was when he was a little guy.
Well, the earliest preschool program at Parker is 3 years old, so it has to be 3 years old or older.
Okay, so that was prior to
There is no
separation.
daycare there. There's preschool.
You're talking about prior to their separation, then, that was your observation.
Well, there were a number of years where I was still picking up Christian at the lower school while both Danny and Rhett were at the lower school. So you're asking me to say, was he 3, 4, 5, 6? I can't tell you, but it was in that period of time.
Okay, and if they didn't separate until he was 6 years old, then.
Right. As I said, I have not worked the numbers backwards to figure out how old he was when my son was in the 6th grade.
It is true, is it not, that even when you would see her at these events at Francis Parker or whatever, that she often talked about her problems in the divorce and her problems with Dan?
Yes.
Okay, and you have described her, in fact, as being obsessed about that.
Well, I'm not sure I used the word obsessed, but that's certainly been a word that has been used frequently.
You have indicated that without, I think you're correct, that you didn't use the word obsessed, but that you acknowledged that whenever you would see her, it appeared that all of her conversations were about Dan. It became very difficult to be around her because that's all she talked about.
Well, could you tell me what you're reading from?
From a report, an investigative report.
Done by you?
No, but by the defense investigator.
Well, she was fairly single topic at that time.
Okay. And I can show you to refresh your recollection. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Directing your attention to the investigative report, page 3, this paragraph. Okay.
You have to wait a minute.
Well, second to the last paragraph, if you just read that portion, just to say if that's a fair statement of what you said.
I said that, yeah.
Okay, so you indicated that the only conversations were about Dan, and you stated that it was such an extreme situation that it made it difficult to want to be with him.
Well, I would broaden it by saying that we did talk about other family things besides Dan, but Dan was certainly a focus of much of our conversation. But we did talk about the boys and the 2 older girls who were the same age as our older children. So we had conversations that encompassed more than just the one member of the family and Dan.
Was there ever an incident when she got angry at you for kissing up to Dan?
No.
Were you aware of why she would write in her diary anything about Ann Dick ignored me, kissed up to Dan?
No. I wouldn't do that.
And when was the last time that you saw Elizabeth Broderick before November the 5th?
The fall of that year.
Do you remember the day? Do you recall seeing her the Wednesday before?
It could have been.
And do you recall indicating that she appeared to be no different than any other time?
Any other time in the last year, 6 months, 6 years, in relation to what? I ran into her in Burns Drugstore in La Jolla. Kim was with her.
Right. And you indicated that you didn't notice anything unusual about her at that time.
No, they were doing the same thing that I had just done, which was buying Kim all the things that you need to take to college so you don't have to pay for them yourself.
I have no further questions.
Your director. Excuse. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter of penny for this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Could you have seen the witness stand, please?
Afternoon, ma'am.
Could you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Wilma J. Engel, Engel.
Thank you.
Do you know the lady at the end of the council table here, Betty Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember when you met her?
We moved into our tract homes in within a month of each other, and I moved in May of '76, and the Brodericks moved into the house we had looked at, but decided it was too big. I believe they moved in shortly after. I met her when our boys were 3 months old, and I'm referring to Danny and Jeremy.
Okay, so that would have been, you lived on Coral Reef.
Yes,
And so in 1976, that you, both your families within a short time moved in at the same time.
yes,
Your son Jeremy, did he and Danny become friends?
yes.
How well would you say that you got to know Elizabeth Broderick in that time?
Very well. It was all new to us. My husband is from New York. Dan, they were lawyers. We were young. We had young children. It was a time in our lives that was different. We were establishing roots, families, ties. We had no history. So we did a lot of things together with the children. And then shortly thereafter, I went back to graduate school, and Betty would insist on taking Jeremy with her everywhere that she went. And I then insisted that she take money, which she reluctantly did, and started a play group. But at the time, I was getting a master's in counseling and working with women, and I felt you should be paid for what.
Okay. And would you say that you got to know her as close as people that are close in
Yes,
proximity and neighbors?
yes, almost daily contact on the phone. We'd have lunch. Our boys played together both at my house and her house, on the street, in the parks. Betty would take them to the zoo, to SeaWorld. Her house was always full of children.
Did she participate in school activities?
Yes,
And how would you describe her relationship with children at that time?
Objection.
Oh, Rose, you can answer that.
she had been a teacher, and that's all she knew, and that's all she ever wanted to be, was a mother and a teacher. So she interacted beautifully with children and enjoyed them. And I don't remember her not in sweats and in cookie dough and paintings. And I was amazed at how much she could do in a day. Her interaction with children is excellent.
Now, sometime, would you, during that time, would you spend time at their home?
Yes.
And was there a change in the atmosphere of the household any time in the day?
Objection.
I'll just put in a time frame, Mr. Early.
Yes, in the time that they were living in Coral, and when you were living in Coral Reef between the years of 80 and 84, would there be a change in the atmosphere at the home during the day?
I would see Betty in the mornings, and in the afternoons when her attitude would change, in that she said, "Oh my God, I have to hurry up and clean up. Dan will be home, and I have to get everything ready, the children quiet, dinner ready, and he doesn't like the mess." So she became, I would say, agitated, or would change behaviors from being the relaxed and happy to what I sensed was being frightened, or having to hurry up and change out of her play clothes, let's say, into fixing dinner and getting everybody ready, so that she would have the house all put together when Dan came home. So yes, there was a change, I would say, in the afternoons during all those years of keeping things separate and in order.
Was she different around Dan than she was otherwise?
Yes, I feel she was. I feel she was intimidated. She was quiet. She had a proper behavior. There was a role that I feel she was expected to play as Mrs. Dan Broderick and as Dan's wife. And she did what was expected of her. Her role was.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Okay, and what is your occupation?
I'm.
Your Honor, excuse me, if we could proceed.
All right. Do you work in the area? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you work in the area of finance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your occupation in the financial area?
I'm a consultant to pension funds and high net worth individuals. I assist in writing goals and helping people find investment advisors. So I work with people with substantial net worth investments.
Do you consider Betty a sophisticated person in the area of finances?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would you sometimes talk about their family finances?
Yes,
Okay. Did she appear to be someone who was up to what was going on with her financially or not?
no. If anything, I felt Betty was naive and very unaware of what her husband's investments were, where the money was, or what anything, what was in her name, what wasn't, what investment portfolios. As his income started to pick up, she was left in the dark even more and more. So no, I do not consider her knowledgeable about finances.
At some point in time, did you become aware that Elizabeth Broderick was making attempts to try to improve herself?
Yes,
Were you aware of anything about an affair at all?
yes, I
Just-
was.
Okay.
Yes.
And what kind of things was Betty doing to try to improve herself?
She changed her hair. She dieted. She wanted to. Her whole life it revolved around children.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a time when Elizabeth Broderick and Dan Broderick separated?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see her after that period of time?
yes, I did. I continued to see Betty. Our boys were still friendly. We were still neighbors. I was aware of everything that was going on in daily contacts and through the boys.
Okay. Did you see some changes in her emotional state from 1985 to 1989?
Yes, I did.
And how would you describe that?
Betty became, I would say, distraught, more helpless. She became very frustrated. She sensed there was something going on with Dan. He used to come home late, and he was never home.
Let's go.
That's not responsive.
I'm going from 1985 after their separation till 1989.
After the separation. Betty tried to get Dan back in any way that she could. She had conveyed to me that he was having a classic midlife crisis and that she'd hoped he would come to his senses and return to her and the family, and that she was trying to do everything that she could to get him back. And that's my interpretation of what was going on in terms of betrayal or scorn.
Your Honor, excuse me, that's not non-responsive.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you see a change in Miss Broderick's language over the years?
Well, Betty and I are from New York, and we tend to express ourselves. We're both very direct and don't beat around the bush. So, no, Betty and I were always open and honest in the language, whether it was not appropriate. we would swear. So no, I did not detect any language differences.
She never moved back on the Coral Reef home, is that
No.
correct? I have no further questions.
Cross-examine?
Are you indicating, Ms. Engel, that she did the same amount of swearing after the separation as she did before the separation?
Well, it wasn't a lot that in my presence that I was aware of to begin with. There was
Was she calling Mr. Broderick, to your knowledge, bad words before the separation? Did you ever hear her call him a fag or call him an asshole or words like that before separation?
She would refer to him as a cliche, and she did refer to him as boring, that all he did was work. And, but the words, no, there was nothing out of the ordinary that I recall her calling him names.
When you say she referred to him as a cliche, you're saying she used those words, that he is a cliche?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And there was no difference in the way she referred to him after the separation?
I would say, if anything, her anger intensified about what was going on in his life.
Yeah, but was there a
Yes.
difference in her language? That's what I'm asking. You're saying that there was no difference in how she
I'm saying that, to me, Betty is the same Betty has always been since I met her in '76. To me, and in my presence and my relationship with Betty, is that there was a consistency in terms of who she was and how she was. She did get angrier and more frustrated, and I listened, and yes, she was significantly more upset after it became known that he was having an affair. Yes, she was different than afterwards.
Okay. And even after the separation,
Yes.
for the period after 1985, and for the period of 1986 and 1987 and 1988, she became obsessed about Dan and Linda.
I tried to help her in getting her counsel because my husband is an attorney. He tried to find her counsel. We tried to help. I suggested therapy. I did everything that I possibly could to help her get on with her life, to either go out and singles or to get on with what was best.
Sounds like that you were a good friend and you were there and you were supportive and she could talk to you and you made recommendations to her, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
And she refused to follow any of those recommendations.
No.
She would not.
No, I would not say that she refused.
She would not to go into therapy. She refused to do that. Right?
I believe she did try and got very frustrated with the process.
Do you recall saying to an investigator that you tried to get her to go to some kind of therapy but that she refused?
Betty had tried.
Yeah, if you could just answer that question.
I didn't say that she refused. I may have suggested a particular therapist to her, but she had already been and had tried whatever family counseling or whatever she could to get her family back together.
Right, but now
So-
we're talking about after the
After.
separation. After the separation, didn't you suggest, in order to let go of the relationship, that she seek out counseling and that she refused to do so at that point?
I did suggest it. I do not believe that she refused to do so.
Okay, but if I could just show you this report on page 2. If you could read the sentence here to see if that refreshes your recollection.
That's right, she began.
Whose report are you showing her, just for the record?
Yes, Your Honor, a defense investigative report. Excuse me. Can you grab it? It's not signed, Your Honor. It's a defense investigative report that's,
Dated?
it's unsigned and undated. I think that was
Sorry
deleted
about
by
it.
the defense when it was turned over
All right,
for discovery.
whatever, go ahead.
Anyway.
Well, not knowing the time or date, and these, I do remember saying this, that Betty at that time refused to go to therapy. I believe she felt it was useless.
And you talked to her about the things that she was doing
Yes,
that were destructive
Yes.
to the relationship with the children and moving on and tried to get her to stop doing those things, correct?
yes, but I had never been betrayed, so I did not know the emotions that she was dealing with. You can be empathic or have understanding and be a friend to a point, but I could not get into her shoes and know the frustrations that she was going to.
Was there a point that you backed off in your friendship with her?
Mainly because of my own personal life, yes, and because I felt that I couldn't help. You can only do what you can do, and I wasn't able to take the energy. I needed the energy for myself and for my family and what was going on in my life.
Now, are you indicating that you never heard her express any hostility towards Dan Broderick prior to the separation?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that she was, but whether it was just like you don't take someone seriously, you say something in humor. Yes, there was anger. Yes, she was frustrated. Yes, he was never home.
Did she make jokes about him, when you say
Yes.
the humor, did she make jokes about him at his expense in front of other people?
Yes.
Okay.
But I would do the same thing about my husband, or you just do it as a release of normal living.
Okay, and you didn't think that there was anything out of the ordinary about the way that she did that?
No, I think if I had, I would have said something or done something. I felt that.
How many times, if you could just give me an estimate of how many times were you together with her and Dan Broderick?
Rarely.
Okay.
And a few times through birthday parties with the children or the boys over the years. Dan intimidated me, and I am not easily intimidated. We did not move in the same circle socially. And
Okay, thank you. You've answered my question. I have no other questions.
Redirect. Witness be excused. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have another question. I'm
All
sorry.
right, go ahead.
When you say that she was not sophisticated in matters of finance, were you aware, was she a member of the investment club at the time that you're talking about?
Betty was in an investment club and was making investments with a group of women. But it was just like play. It was her, as the children got older and she didn't have a play group, to me, in my opinion, it was just play.
You never had any feeling about whether she had a knack for investments or whether she was?
Betty did, in my opinion, Betty did not have a knack for investment.
Did you have any feeling about whether she was well-read in the investments?
Betty was well-read because we used to share books and novels and exchange, but as far as investments, no, I do not think that.
Were you aware of her attempts to get a job as a stockbroker after separation?
Betty tried many things as part of her getting her life together, whether it was an art gallery.
Excuse me,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I am not. She investigated all different careers.
Did she ever talk to you about her interest in becoming a stockbroker? And
Yes.
attempting to get a job as a stockbroker?
Yes, there were several.
And were you aware that she expressed herself that she felt that she was very good at that?
Yes, I'm aware that she felt she was good at it. There's a lot of people who do it who think they're good at it, but they're not. It's an art. It's not an art. It's an art. It's not a science, even though they would like to tell you it is.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Earl? All right, thank you again, ma'am.
And could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Marianne Renee Kunkel. Kunkel, Kunkle.
Thank you.
And what is your occupation?
Educator,
Okay. And as, how long have you been an educator?
31 years.
Okay, and do you work in classrooms?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know the lady at the end of console table here, Betty Broderick?
Yes, I do.
And where do you work?
Francis Parker,
And how long have you worked there?
18 years.
Do you remember approximately when you first met Betty Broderick?
When I had Kathy,
Okay. And do you remember approximately how long ago was that?
I don't know how old Kathy is now. What is she, 21?
She would be about that. What grade would have she been in?
5th grade, and she would have been 10. So that was.
About 11 years ago. Okay. And how often did you, during the time that you saw Elizabeth Broderick, how often would you see her there at the school?
Frequently. I don't know if you want numbers, but frequently.
Okay. And this was from when their children first went there, up to what time?
Until her last one was there until Red.
Okay. And how would you describe her when you first met her at that time?
Happy, terrific sense of humor, always concerned about her children, willing to do most anything for any of the teachers or any of the children in the classrooms in which her children happen to be.
Okay. Was she someone who wore expensive jewelry, fancy clothes?
This was not apparent to me. No.
Okay. How would other children relate to her during these school activities where she volunteered?
Happily, they enjoyed being around her. She was a lot of fun, provided many interesting, fun things for the children to do.
Did you have Danny Broderick in your class?
Yes.
And was he a good student?
B+.
Okay. And when you had him as a student in your class, was this after you became aware that the Broderick separated, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he in your class after the separation?
Yes.
And do you know who Danny was living with on a full-time basis?
The father.
Okay. And was Mr. Broderick involved in the school activities at that time?
Not at all.
Okay. Did you ever try to contact either parent with any problems that you were having at the school?
Yes.
And did you have any, did you try to get a hold of Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
And were you able to contact him?
Infrequently.
Okay.
No.
Did you, if you could not get a hold of him, what did you do?
Call the mother.
Okay, and that's Betty Broderick?
Yes.
Did you have any problems on getting her to respond at all?
Not at all, ever.
Okay. If I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Was there a difference in Danny's demeanor when his mother was to pick him up rather than his father?
Yes.
And what was that?
He was happy, looking forward to it.
Okay, and how would he be if she wasn't going to pick him up?
Agitated.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Roxanna?
When you say Danny was a B+ student, the question was he a good student? And your answer was he was a B+ student. Is that a good student?
Yes.
Okay, so he was a good student when he was in your class. And he got A's and B+, and he did his work well, and he had a good attitude, and he was basically.
The grades he earned were, the overall average would be a B+, but he could have been an A student.
Okay. Doesn't his report card say that Danny has made wonderful improvement in his attitude and work? He's a wonderful student.
After there had been some contact with Mom.
Okay. That you indicated that you had trouble, if you were attempting to get in touch with either parent, that would be during the day, correct?
Sometimes I frequently spent a lot of time in the evening trying to contact parents.
Okay, did you try to contact Mr. Broderick in the evening at all, or was it during the day?
Both.
Okay. Well, you knew that Mr. Broderick was an attorney, correct?
Indeed.
And so obviously as an attorney working in court, I mean, if my two sons, if their teachers are trying to contact me, they wouldn't be able to do it all day today, correct?
But messages were left.
Okay, and are you saying that he did not return your messages?
Sometimes, not always.
Were you? Was there ever a request on your part to have a specific conference regarding problems with Danny?
With whom?
With either parent?
There was not usually a request made because with the mom, because she was always available, it was free communication when there ever was a need for me to talk about a situation.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Your Director. Witness be excused? Yes. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Matt, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Candace McCarty, McCarty.
McCarty, what do you do for a living?
I teach severely handicapped junior high students at Gompers Middle School.
Did you, at some point in time, come to know Betty Broderick?
Yes, I did. 1980, some neighbors of Betty introduced me to her. They were parents of my daughter's friends.
Okay. And did you eventually become friends with her?
Yes, she was very friendly to me. I'd moved.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not responsible.
You answered the question. Would you
Yes.
ask another question?
Yes, we became friends.
Do you remember what year that was?
Yes, sir. 1980.
Okay. Were you aware at I just want to Did you, at some point in time, become aware that Elizabeth Broderick got involved in any type of Bible study group or anything?
Yes, sir. 1983, I was a group leader at my church in a Bible study. And Betty came into the Bible study and I spotted her and I told the group leader, Peggy Ari, that I'd like Betty to be in my group because I knew Betty and we had daughters the same age and I was very fond of Betty and she was put into my group, yes.
Okay. How would you describe her spiritual beliefs?
I beg your pardon?
Her spiritual beliefs,
Your
sir.
objection is over.
Sustained.
Oh, do I answer that?
No, don't answer it.
Oh.
You don't have to answer that.
Did she stay at all involved in the church for some period of time?
Yes, our Bible study was 2.5 hours long, so it was quite a commitment. She stayed involved. She went to women's retreat. She went to Christmas. The deacon in our church said she had seen Betty in the back of church on Christmas
No,
Eve.
excuse me, this is not responsible.
Sustained.
So yes, she was involved.
Were you aware at some point that she became separated from her husband?
I was aware through friends because when she became separated from her husband, I was not involved with the Bible study at the time, and I was studying the teacher's test, and I was studying all the time, so I wasn't very social at that time.
Okay. And prior to the November 5th, 1989, When was the last time you saw Elizabeth Broderick?
No, wait, let me get my calendar straight. Prior to,
This would have been the time she was arrested or she turned herself
before
in.
I had seen her, before her arrest.
Yes.
Oh, I had been at Betty Broderick's home a month before she was arrested.
Did she look like she had changed when you saw her?
Betty changed colossally, enormously. Betty had, it's so hard for me to say this because I don't want to hurt Betty's feelings, but Betty had gained an enormous amount of weight. She was puffy. She, her body had turned into an old woman's, and her personality was one of despair and sadness. Contrasting to the Betty Broderick I knew in Bible study, where she was thin, like we're the same age, we were about the same weight. Maybe Betty was thinner than I, and she was.
Your Honor, excuse me.
She was young.
Just quickly ask
She was
another question.
in contrast.
Okay. Did you see her at her home at that time?
Yes, we had breakfast in the morning, and she invited me to her home. And in La Jolla, I knew about the home in Pacific Beach.
Your Honor, excuse me.
Oh, yes, I'd seen her in her home.
Being very nice.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'd seen her in her home that day.
Okay. And did she talk to you, was there any discussion about custody of her sons?
Betty told me that she was moving because she was not going to get custody of her sons, at least until they were on Social Security. And her exact words were, Dan will never let me have my boys. I don't need this big house. And we went around the house, and she showed me what furniture she was going to take with her to a small condominium over by La Jolla Village Square or something like that. And
What did she tell you about the furniture?
well, Betty and I have the same dark pine early American furniture, and so I related to it because both of our furniture is scarred up by kids. And she was taking the boy's chest. There was a dining room table with teeth marks in it that I think Rhett had bitten into, and she was trying to figure out how she could get this table into the small condominium because
Your Honor, excuse me.
she wanted that.
Sustained.
And
Hold it. We'll ask another question.
oh, I'm sorry.
The furniture that she was upset about, did that involve furniture that had to do with their family history?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that called for yes or no?
Yes, sir. Well, in contrast, she had new
Don't say any more
furniture.
till I ask you another question.
Oh.
You've answered the question he asked.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
When was the last time that you saw Elizabeth Broderick before November the 5th?
The last time was in her home in the morning.
When was it? How far before that?
It was September.
So in September, she was telling you that she didn't feel there was any chance that she was going to get the children until after she was on Social Security?
No, after the children were on Social Security.
Okay, and that was in September that she made that
Well,
statement to you.
my calendar date is, I think I started teaching school. It must have been in September. And I think the incident happened in October. So I'm about a month, that block of time.
Okay. And
The school starts late September, so it might have been the 1st of October.
so, do you remember when this was?
Ma'am, I can't spot within, I imagine, a month of her arrest.
So approximately 1 month prior to that.
Approximately.
You're indicating that she made this statement to you.
Yes, ma'am. She was moving because she didn't need the big house, because she was never going to get the boys. Dan would never let her have the kids, and she was moving.
Okay. And she didn't tell you anything about what was going on at that point in court or what her attorney was doing at that point?
No, ma'am.
And the Bible study group that you indicated, that was with the Presbyterian Church?
La Jolla Presbyterian Church.
That was not the Catholic Church?
No.
Thank you. You answered.
No, it wasn't the Catholic Church. It was
I have
Presbyterian
no
Church.
further questions.
Broderick?
You knew what her religious beliefs were.
I had gone to a Catholic high school, and so Betty.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Just, yes.
Yes, I felt like I knew her religious beliefs. She was a Christian.
Did you know that she had been a Catholic before that?
I knew she had 4 kids. She must have been a Catholic. All my friends that I grew up with that were Catholics had big families.
I have no clue.
Any cross?
I'm not gonna touch that one.
Good idea. Witness be excused. Thank you very much, ma'am. We have one more witness, Ms. Broderick.
Yes.
About how long would you say? 10 minutes?
10 minutes, Your Honor.
Anybody in the jury that can't stay another 10 minutes, just show your hands. All right, go ahead. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Evangelist
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, and the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Evangeline Burt, and B-U-R-T.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Do you know the lady here at the end of council table, Betty
Yes.
Broderick?
I do.
Okay. And how did you meet?
I met Betty and Dan when Dan was hired at my husband's law firm. So I met her soon after they moved to San Diego.
Okay, your husband was a partner in the firm that he went to work for?
Yes,
Did you see Dan and Betty at legal and social functions over the years?
I did.
And did you have any children about the ages of their children?
I do.
Okay. And did your children spend time at the Broderick residence?
Yes, I have one daughter. They're the age of her daughters.
Okay. Did your children also attend Francis Parker School?
I've got to put that singular. It's my one child
Okay.
that did go to
Did you-
Francis Parker.
Okay. And did you attended any parties at the Broderick home?
Yes, sir, we have.
Okay. Were they social parties, family parties?
Family parties, social parties.
Okay. Were the children were there also? Parties where the children?
Yes, this particular one I'm remembering quite well was with children.
Okay. Did the time that you knew Elizabeth Broderick, did she appear to be a socialite to you?
Not in my estimation.
In 1978, was she involved? Is there a ball that's given every year that involves the legal community?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in 1978, was Betty Broderick involved in that ball?
Yes, she was.
And what was her function?
Betty was the decoration chairman that year.
Okay. And was she usually willing to volunteer her time for social charity events?
She did all the time.
Okay. And did you notice the remnants of any injury on the night of the Blackstone Ball?
The afternoon of the Blackstone Ball is when I thought I noticed something that looked like a black eye to me.
Okay. Did you ask her what happened?
I did not.
And was there any reason?
I just didn't think it was appropriate because she and Dan were there together, and it just looked like it was something that might have happened between the two of them just prior to coming into the ballroom where she was going to help me finalize the decorations.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine?
Are you indicating, Ms. Burt, that was just your assumption, that had to have been something that happened between the two of them?
It was obvious to me that Betty was upset.
Okay. And did she ever say anything to you about what the cause of that black eye is? Is that what you're saying, that you saw a black eye?
I thought it looked like a black eye. It looked, and she had been crying. It looked like her eyes were red, and one eye was darkened.
Okay, this was in 1978.
Right.
So we're talking 7 years before they separated. Is that, if they separated?
It was in 78.
Okay. And they showed up in the afternoon of a Blackstone ball, and you're indicating that she appeared to be crying.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ask her what's wrong? Anything like that?
As I say, I did not. I didn't.
And was there ever a time after that when you asked her what was wrong or what was the cause?
I never had the courage to ask her.
Okay. And she never described for you or told you the answer to that?
No, it was not brought up.
Okay. Now, you indicated that she was involved in some charity events working with you. That continued up through 1989, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for example, you had asked her to do some photographs for you for the New Miss California program.
Yes.
And you had conversations with her at that time.
Yes.
And you indicated that at that time, she was still obviously filled with hate for Dan and said something to you to the effect of, "I'll get his ass yet," correct?
Now, the question is,
Did she say to you then, "I'll get his ass yet"? She was very angry at Dan and made the statement, "I'll get his ass yet"?
She might have said that.
Let me just show you a report, page 303 of the Educator report. Again, these reports that were provided to me, Your Honor, do not have dates on them.
Okay.
You could read the sentence starting here, see if that refreshes your recollection. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so it is true that she indicated she was still filled with hate for Dan, and she said, "I'll get his ass yet."
I don't remember saying it that particular day. Are you talking about that one day?
I'm just asking if you've indicated that that's what she said. Yes, on the day that you had some conversations with her about the New Miss California. If you want to read the full paragraph to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
And you've indicated that just as far as her personality, that you described her as always being a bit off the wall. You never knew what she would say or do. Sometimes she could seem bizarre.
Yes.
And in all of your contacts with her post-separation, you've described that it was clear that she was filled with hate over the situation.
Did I use that word?
Yeah, again,
Oh, gee. I knew it was a lot of bitterness.
directing you to page 2, the last sentence.
Then I must have said that.
And the last time that you saw her before the events of November the 5th was on Halloween, correct?
Yes, it
That
was.
Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
And you described her on that day as being very up, that she looked great, she had a nice outfit on, She was showing you her latest toy.
Yes, that's correct.
She often had the newest things, the newest cameras, video cameras, cellular phones, those sorts of things. That's what you mean by.
Well, the thing that I saw was the camera. I don't know about the phones and things like that, but.
Okay, well, when you're talking about always having the latest toy, what were you referring to? Is that that's the type of thing you were referring to?
Boy, this takes me back a way. Yes, I guess that's what I meant. She had an instant cam, as I recall it, which was right off the production line.
I have no.
Right. The time that, when you asked her to do the Miss California, did you know whether she had any hobbies with cameras?
Yes, because she had taken pictures for me for other occasions as well.
I have no.
Anything else, Ms. Wells?
No, Your Honor.
Witness be excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Before we take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen, let me update you on the schedule that we're on. We still are on schedule. The defense should finish their case at around noon tomorrow. Would it be agreeable if we went a few minutes into the lunch hour in case we're in the middle of a witness and can't quit? All right. Seeing no hands raised in opposition to that. So what I'd like to do is get the bulk of their case in tomorrow if possible. They have one last witness that has a scheduling problem that we will take later. The attorneys have other matters set on Friday, so we won't be in session on this case on Friday. On Monday, there are some matters I have to take up with the lawyers outside your presence, and rather than risk having happen what happened yesterday, where you're only here for an hour's worth of testimony, I would rather give you off once we finish tomorrow morning, give you off until Tuesday. Now, the lawyers and I have talked about this. They still, and I agree with them, we still believe we will have all the evidence in before the Thanksgiving weekend. You will be off the Thursday, Friday, and of course Saturday and Sunday for the Thanksgiving weekend. When you return the following Monday, I anticipate we will have the argument of counsel and then the instructions. So we are still ahead of schedule, but I think for your planning purposes, it's important that I let you know what's going on and what I expect. So with that in mind, we'll take our recess now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening.